All right. Welcome to our September meeting of the Land Information Advisory Council. My name is Jenny Stapp. I'm the state librarian and chair of the council. It's great to have a chance to be together today. Some of us are here in the Capitol and many people are joining online. We'll go ahead and start introductions in just a minute, but wanted to make a couple of announcements. First, thanks for your patience as we postponed our June meeting due to some health concerns amongst our staff. That's sort of the norm these days. And then I wanted to let you know that we are going to make just a few adjustments to the agenda as we go along today to accommodate for different people's schedules who are scheduled to present today. So I don't think that should change any of the order of the action items, but did want you to be aware that we'll be moving through the agenda in order to accommodate those particular people's schedules. A couple of things that we need to hold. One is the 11 a.m. time for the discussion about the red tape relief initiative and a review of legislation and administrative rules. The Lieutenant Governor is going to join us for that portion of the agenda. So we'll try to accommodate that agenda item as close to 11 o'clock as we can. With those announcements, we'll go ahead and start introductions. I'm going to have people in the room introduce themselves first, and then we'll go through those online. Erin, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey, Genevieve.
Yeah, can you guys hear us at all? Test 1, 2.
Well, I hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, good here, but there's a message from Majip BOB that they're not hearing anything.
You want to just yeah, I'm gonna chat. Make it because it must be on their end because everyone else can hear us. Thank you for drawing that to my attention.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Erin Bashaway. I am the state GIS coordinator. I staff the council. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Brian Collins, Montana Department of Natural Resources and Conservation, State Government Agency Representative.
Morning, Lee Mackholtz, GIS Manager with the City of Missoula, representing local government.
Good morning, Eric Spangenberg, GIS Coordinator, City of Helena, Lewis and Clark County, and my representation is for the professional GIS users.
Charlotte Lauerman with the Montana Telecommunications Association, but we just recently changed our name to Broadband MT to be a little more modern with the times. I'm representing private business.
And then for our council members online, Mike Bosman, will you introduce yourself?
You bet, Mike Bosleman. I'm the CIO at the Department of Transportation, and I'm one of the state agency representatives. And I'll be in the room after noon. Had a commitment here.
Thanks, Mike. Brandon.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Brandon Whitman, Yellowstone Valley Electric Cooperative. I'm the CEO and I am the utility representative.
Thanks for being with us. Brandy.
Sorry, my space bar didn't work to unmute this time. Brandy Holstein, I'm with Department of Revenue.
And Dan.
Good morning. My name is Dan Staley. I'm with the Montana Association of Registered Land Surveyors. And real quick, Wally Gladstone's doing a presentation, I think at 10:30, that would be really good for MDT to be present. Can we give some thought on maybe shuffling Wallace's presentation so Mike can be there for that?
I think Mike is online. Is that true?
Yep,
Mike?
I am online, and I'll be here until 11 o'clock, where I have to step out for about 40 minutes. So I'll be online, Dan.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Great. Let's see. Dawn Anderson. Did I miss?
Nope, I'm here. I'm Dawn Anderson. I'm with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. I am one of the state agency representatives and I'm the Geographic Data Services Bureau Chief here.
Thanks, Don. Heather.
Hi, everyone. I'm Heather Weldon. I am the Regional GIS Coordinator with the Forest Service here in Region 1, and I'm one of the federal agency representatives. Thank you.
Kevin Gilbertson. Kevin, if you're there, it looks like you're muted. Or it may be Adam Carpenter.
No, I'm here. I apologize. Having trouble unmuting. Yeah, so Kevin Gilbertson, State CIO.
Thanks for being with us, Kevin.
Thanks.
And then let's see, Kevin Loberg.
Good morning. I'm Kevin Loberg. I'm the State GIS Coordinator for USDA NRCS.
And Melinda Burns. Is there anyone there from Ponderay County DES?
No speaker.
Okay, great. Glad you could be with us, Melinda. And a few other folks that I know I've missed. Colin Bruce.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with the Montana Climate Office and working on the climate MSDI.
And some of the state library staff, Michael. Thought I saw. Did I see Michael Fashway? No. Okay. Bob Holiday. Doesn't look like Bob has a mic.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I don't use Zoom and I was looking for unmute. Bob Holiday. I'm a GIS analyst at the State Library.
And Rebecca.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Camp. I'm a data coordinator at the State Library.
And then our friends from the Megit board.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mike Powell, Yellowstone County GIS manager, also president of Megit board. And actually our whole Megit board just left us. So they're starting to feedback in. We're in the middle of our strategic planning session as well. Jeff Hedstrom, our past president, is here as well.
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how's it going?
And then Matt Trebish.
Hi there. Yeah, my name is Matt Trebish. I'm with the Montana State Library, GIS analyst, and thank you.
Did I miss anybody online? Just join. Genevieve, will you introduce yourself?
Genevieve Lighthizer, admin specialist for the State Library.
And Evan.
Evan Hammer, Digital Library Administrator, Montana State Library.
And then Brett just joined us. Brett, we're just doing introductions. If you could introduce yourself.
Sure. Brett Leon, Montana DNRC GIS team.
Did I miss anyone? All right. Thanks for being with us. It's so great to see everyone again. The first order of business is going to be acceptance of the executive summary from our April meeting. Are there any corrections or additions to the executive summary? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Seconded.
Was that Dan that moved?
That was Brandon.
Brandon, great. Brandon and Eric second. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Mike, I'm going to turn things over to you to give an update from Megit.
Thank you. I appreciate you adjusting the schedule a little bit for us. It has been a while since we've actually made a update to you guys. So this is going to be it's going to be a little longer, and this is my first time doing this report, so bear with me. So the last time we talked was basically at the GeoCon that we had back in April. Since then, we've had an election. Jeff Hedstrom at the time, now our past president, he had sent out an email to notify everybody that we had a successful election and hired 3 new people. Jeff Sprock from the city of Billings is now our VP. Mike Edom is our new member development chair. And at the time, we Haley Jarecki was voted in to be our conference liaison. Haley was just getting into a new job at the time and was having some difficulty with that job to be part of MEGUP the way we needed her to be a part of MEGUP, and she had to decline the position. We now have we have filled that since then with Eric Schreier. He's from Bozeman. I think he's going to do real well. Our next conference is in Bozeman, so it's an ideal situation. During the next couple months, we have come to, yeah, my bad. We also in the elections agreed and voted in the additions to the bylaws to make the MLEAC representative a voting member again. So that was also done. During the next couple months, we now have a communication associate to help us with our to promote MEGUP through social media. It's just becoming increasingly hard for us to volunteer, or with us volunteering for MEGUP to actually try to maintain all the social sites and trying to get stuff out there and stuff. So we thought it was a good idea to hire somebody. We contract with Full Scope to help with our conferences, and they have somebody, a conference associate on their team that we have decided to basically hire to help us out with this. And we're going to see how this goes for this first year. And we're hoping that our social media outreach is going to help a lot. And we got a couple of promising things that we want to do with a newsletter and stuff too as well. Her name's Alicia. Also, another thing that we've been discussing at MEGUP has been raising our fees. We've had $30 membership fees for 20, 30 years now. We feel like it's time that we need to start relooking at that. From all the people that we've talked to, we haven't heard any opposing it, but as we were talking about it, we got into we had gotten to more talks about how it's going to affect the associate membership program that we have set up. So we set up a task force. We had a meeting last Friday, our first meeting on that, to try to iron out a few things. A lot of ideas were said. We're going to have another meeting here at MEGUP, our strategic meeting. Yesterday, we had a really good discussion about it and kind of have a good plan that we want to submit to the task force to see how they think about it. So that's where we're at with that. I don't know, most of you probably already know this, that we lost a valued member to the GIS community, Leslie Zolman. She passed away in August. So she'll be deeply missed. And then our strategic planning session we've had right now, we're in the middle of it. So we, yesterday, we had big discussions about the fees, the conference or the communication associate and how we're gonna have that implemented. We talked about a few things about morals. They wanting to change the bylaw or their state statute, is that what it is? Yeah, the state statute bit for the new datums that are coming out. We had some good communication about that. And basic, and now we're just doing basic, setting up a work plan for the year for everybody and our achievements from last year. And we'll have our budget meeting, or not a budget meeting, just a regular board meeting later on this afternoon. I think that's about it. Yeah. That gets you caught up to date. So that's where we're at. And I appreciate you guys switching the schedule a little bit so we can give the report right away so that we can get back to our meeting.
We're happy to accommodate Mike, and thanks so much for your thorough report. Are there any questions for Mike? Mike, I wanted to thank you for acknowledging Leslie. Those of us who knew and worked with her will recall that she was sort of a stalwart in our GIS community for many years, serving on MEGIP, on MLIAC. She was a grant recipient. She helped us with our grant administration program. She was really a driving force behind a lot of our early census work. And she is certainly someone that we will deeply miss.
Absolutely.
All right, Mike, Jeff, happy planning.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is an update from Wally Gladstone. He's going to offer a presentation on low distortion projections. And I saw that Wally was able to join us. Wally, welcome. Do you want to take a moment to introduce yourself, and then we'll make sure that your presentation mode is set up?
Okay, maybe I'll ask for permission to share real quick on a screen.
Sure, you're a co-host. I'll stop sharing and you should be able to. Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay. You have to excuse me, my screens kind of get strange here a little bit as I go through them. Okay. Shoot. Yeah, shoot, I click on my share my one screen here and it's popping up and I'm not showing up on my other screens. Actually, I think I got my apologies. I got another screen over here.
No worries. Take your time, Wally.
Still hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can still hear you. Yep.
Okay, good. I had some screens turn off and switch back up here, so you'll have to bear with me for a second.
Sure.
My laptop's normally sitting on the side and it doesn't show stuff up, and in this case it has been. Oh, I think I'm getting there.
Wally, I have the
PowerPoint?
Yeah, I don't have the PowerPoint, I have the PDFs. Do you want me to pull that up?
No, I got it. I just got to get it to see what I think I'm just going to share the screen that has everything on the side, and we won't have to worry about it if you see that one.
We can see it.
Yep, looks good.
Okay, perfect. I'll just scroll up to the top here. Okay, sorry about that delay there in getting started. My name is Wally Gladstone. I'm with NECI. I've been working with these low distortion projections since around 2009. It's kind of a grassroots operation where it's been tribes kind of working with it, then surveyors and engineering firms jumped in on it. And after 12, 13 years. I'm kind of what I'm hoping to do here is a state champion take over this thing, because it sits right now with a consultant, and I don't, at some point, it's not really I don't think something that should be sitting in a consultant's hands, but more of a larger entity that looks at the bigger pictures on things that are going on. I actually, this used to be my last slide or second to last slide, and I moved it to the second slide so you knew exactly what kind of mischief I was hoping to accomplish on it. So first question, I'm wondering if the MLIA can be the steward of the LDPs and the handbook and user guide. The second question is, as we go through this, you'll see that these LDPs cover a portion of Montana. They don't cover all of Montana. And is the MLIA, somebody internally, maybe do these things and finish them off, or, potentially be a grant opportunity to move through them. And give quick history, and I know I've got about 20 minutes or 15 minutes to go through this. 25 years ago, GPS kicked up. It created some issues for surveyors. Map distortion became an issue. Before we'd go out and survey with a tape and a transit and everything, the world was flat to us. GPS created a round world, and surveyors and engineers, we love coordinate systems, and we love working on flat surfaces. So how do we do that with a GPS unit? MDT has a different solution than the most land surveyors do. It's not a bad solution, it's just different than what does typical surveyors do. They just have different needs and different ways of solving the problem. NAT 83, you can see the distortion map here. If you look down over on the side, the green area is the one that has, a lower or close distortion. Those are outside of the Montana limits. Up in Helena, you get up to around 800 parts per million off, 800 parts per million, which is about 4.5 feet per mile. In 2022, or the state plane coordinate system 2022, they're changing the state projection. It still doesn't solve the problem for surveyors. Still a good solution for MDT. They like the solution. Plus or minus 50 parts per million is that green bandwidth going north, east and west on the south and the north part of the state. The problem that, I'll give you an example of why that doesn't work for your typical, or for the land surveyors. If you guys have heard of ALTA surveys, if you look at the minimum standard detail requirements for an ALTA survey, and you go to, I write the section down there, the maximum allowable relative position for an ALTA NSPS, that's the National Society of Professional Surveyors, land title survey is 2 centimeters, 0.07 feet plus 50 parts per million. So if you look at this map here, the surveyors can do ALTA surveyors in those green areas. And if they're outside of those green areas, they have to make some adjustments. And they've been making the adjustments over the years. And the way they do it is one of two ways. One, they'll take the state plane and they'll modify it so they're within 50 parts per million. That's called modified state plane. Some surveyors would take that approach. There is some surveyors out there would take a different approach, and they would create what's called low distortion projections. The plus side to a low distortion projection is, you can see for that same area, a modified only covers 50 parts per million in a smaller area. If you do a LDP, you can cover a larger area and still be within 50 parts per million. This was this is a pretty good idea on it. A lot of, as surveyors, as it gained a little more popularity, you'd have, different engineering firms would create their own low distortion projections for areas, and they'd go to work and they'd be able to keep everything in their same map, so to speak, for that area. Some cities started, raising up some flags and saying, hey, time out. I'll use Helena as an example. Helena's, they're seeing different engineering firms using different coordinate systems, and in 2017 they said, well, we're going to create our own LDP, our own coordinate system, and we're going to have surveyors follow our lead and follow our coordinate systems. So in 2017, Helena created an LDP. And actually, I think it was Dow engineering guy, Reed was a gentleman that created it for Helena. And it was a good idea. They basically said, here you go. I want everybody, all of our firms using the same one. We can share the data easily amongst each other. That concept, that idea of creating low distortion projections by an agency and requiring it, you know, isn't just a Helena idea. It's a national idea. When the new LDPs, or I should say, when the new coordinate systems, the new datum comes out, and that they're calling State Plane Coordinate Systems 2022, when those come out, 19 states have taken the steps that Helena took basically and said, we're creating our own low distortion projections that are, you know, within 50 parts per million. And we're going to give these out to the survey and geodetic community, and they can use these. So everybody's working on the same page. Of those, there was another 10 states that created partial. They didn't cover the entire state, but they're covering partial parts of the state. You can see Montana is included in that group, where these LDPs will be part of the 2022 update. You know, I'd like to see the goal for Montana is early on. Our mentor back in 2009, 2010 was Oregon. They were creating LDPs at that point in time. We modeled our LDPs after the same information they were using. It'd be nice to turn Montana greener like Oregon. I mean, it's tough with the mountains for both of us, but it's still a worthy goal. The reason, you know, the GIS, you know, folks would be interested or you know, consideration or coming to you guys as far as a thought for taking over this thing or taking it to the next step is, you know, it benefits you guys from the sharing of data. When that right now, those coordinate systems are in the Rocky Mountain Tribal Coordinate System, and they're in Esri. And if you go to Esri, I think it's like 10.3.1, one of those versions. But you go under coordinate systems, you click on tribal, and then Montana or Wyoming, you can see the coordinate systems there. The really nice thing about when the 2022 datum comes out, all of those coordinate systems will be updated just automatically, just like state planes in there. You'll have all these other, they're considered part of the state plane system. They'll be in your software programs.
Hey, Wally.
Yes.
Do you mind if I stop you for one very important question?
Sure.
Back to that other slide, the previous slide. When the 2022 are one down, with the different LDPs listed in Esri. So one more, so slide 13, I guess, is what I'm after. When the 2022 adjustment happens, will the LDPs remain named the same?
No.
Okay. I was really hoping that Bozeman would remain Bobcat, but that's just a personal thing. I'm okay with that.
I pulled out the Bobcat wannabes over in Missoula. I did have a slide that showed that for you. But,
all right. Yeah, no, it was a legit question, just from a logistical standpoint.
Wally, Bob Holliday here. I do have a quick question also. What would be the minimum number of zones to cover Montana and do it correctly? Do you have an answer for that?
Your question of correctly becomes that's the very first question that is asked when creating LDPs is what is acceptable distortion?
Mm-hmm.
And we asked that question back in 2009, and this thing's so new is it's like, okay, it's, you know, what is acceptable distortion? It's kind of an oddball question. And what Michael Dennis, he's now Dr. Michael Dennis with USGS, he just said, if you can get 20 parts per million, that's kind of with the standard we've been using, but some places want more, some places want less. If you look at, you know, Indiana and over there, they've got just really small areas, and they're, you know, down under 10 parts per million in a lot of those areas. But they've made the decision, we want to get really, extremely low distortion. You go to North Dakota, and those folks, they had one that was from all the way from Canada over here down to the South Dakota border that was pretty close, was a lot of it was within 20 parts per million, but they decided to make the decision of breaking it into 2 different zones. So it's yes, that question that you have to answer the question, what's acceptable distortion on it? So, and it varies from place to place, Bob. Sorry about that. That's the best I can do on the answer.
No, that's okay. So let's assume that we decided as a state that 20 parts per million was acceptable. Then that doesn't prohibit a local government, for example, to come into that one of those zones and increase that or decrease that distortion? Is that?
Yeah. So the one we did the North Dakota. And so what they had asked as we were developing the LDPs was where there is cities and highways and routes, they wanted to have the distortion low. If they had areas that there wasn't much population and a lot of work going on, it was acceptable to have the higher distortions. So as the iterations went back and forth, they just that was their focus. And so they tweaked different areas differently. I think, Bob, the one place to look at is the nice thing about it, if you guys took over, or it wasn't piecemeal like it is now, you can look at this more holistically. And part of the problem is, where does an LDP start and the next one start on it, or where's one stop and the next one start?
Thanks. That was helpful.
Thanks. So right now, the first phase of this was tribes going and putting it together. The second phase, it was actually the engineering firms and surveying firms chipped in to help create another 9-10 LDPs and double the number of LDPs in Montana. The timing of all this is, if you ask NOAA, the USGS, they come back and they tell you about the designs we done in 2022. They're doing the reports in 2022, final definitions available in 2022, but will not release before the new datums, likely after 2025. So creating the new ones for later, there's time available in there. They might not come out in the first round if they're created, but the USGS will add more to it. So there's the likely after 2025, and so it works for, I guess it's a long time, and surveyors, seriously, they want their LDPs down, want to be able to use them, and it simplifies life for everybody on it. Did you see this here, Dan? Staley Engineering over on the side.
I was hoping it was just on my screen.
I want those LDPs now. So as those other 9 were getting added to the system on it, they were not only done in State Plane Coordinate System 2022, which they'll say what'll happen is some of the ones that are named. So I think the Milk River might still be Milk River up there, but it'll have 83 behind it, or it'll have 2022 behind it. So you'll be able to differentiate between the two, and they'll have definitely different coordinate systems, but the distortion will be real similar between the two, if not the same. I only think a few of them got improved upon from the old ones. So if you guys moved forward, it would be asking that, you create them, not just create the regular ones for 2022 on the update, but just, do some tweaks and have them available for the surveyors right now. The exciting part about these things is, for surveyors, if you have an LDP and you're somewhere between Missoula, Helena, down to Bozeman, and today you're able to walk out of your office, click on the Bobcat or click on the Missoula projection, tie into the VRS and start surveying. It's literally within 5 minutes, stakes put on the GPS and you're pulled together, you're surveying and you're collecting data in a known coordinate system that's easy to share with everybody else. And I think hopefully I'm under 20 minutes here, 25 minutes, Aaron, but it comes back to that last piece there is, hoping the MLIA would consider being the stewards of these LDPs and handbook and user guide and hoping they'd also consider, creating them internally. If not internally, do the grant portion of it. It's, you'd think it would, a surveyors think it has, these LDPs have to be created by surveyors, but the entities I've seen doing them have been more GIS related and projection orientated folks that create the maps. They go back and do the iterations and stuff. And so it's not a survey, I guess, surveyor process. We use it, but it doesn't have to be surveyors creating these maps.
What's the skill set? I mean, really, so it's not just a GIS analyst, obviously. It's a GIS analyst with experience in something. And what is that? Is it geodesy? Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
And so the piece of there's two things going on. So it's elevation. The change in elevation affects LDPs or your distortion that you have. And the other one is your distance from a baseline. And so the process used for those is you use transverse Mercator, Lambert conformal, and there was a third one we would take, and what we do is we'd take those three, we just start running iterations for areas, comparing them to other areas. And between those three alternatives and the area you're having is just, you run iterations, you see how the more areas, the higher percentage of areas you can turn green on it, the easier, easier it is. And then you give some feedback to the community that you're working with on providing them to doing them. And they may ask for some more questions or some additional iterations and make some changes to it. And then everybody comes to, everyone has a consensus saying, yep, this would be perfect, or this what we'd like to have, and you're done with it.
Wally, is there going to be training and support available for that?
It's okay. So the hard, to answer your question, I'm not sure, Dan, on, I guess the piece, if the state's doing it, the piece, I think it's just, it's not that there's a tool out there that'll help you do LDPs. It was $5,000 for that tool. And so that helps you do your different iterations. It's a pretty dang nice tool. The hard part of doing these ones here is where do you stop and where do you start the next one, and how do you go back and forth between it? I mean, our tough, without doing the whole state, if you're doing the whole state at once and the MLA came in and said, hey, this is the person we're going to have work on this for the next 2-3 months. I mean, I think that'd be, it would be a lot easier because they're looking holistically at the solution to it. They're not, it's not being looked, they're trying to solve it for the whole state. When you're trying to solve it for one place, you're always wondering, hey, I'm doing interstate over here for the one, this one's called interstate between here. How's it tie into Broadus, or do we put another one in there? Or do you start asking those questions back and forth? But the one interstate, we're doing this one here, all we care about is interstate right now. They're not looking at it holistically. I put this last slide in here as a possibility. When Helena looked at theirs, they were looking at solving Helena on it. That's their eyes, which rightfully so. Helena's developing it for Helena. They're putting their blinders on. Let's solve it for Helena. When we did the one for Canyon Ferry, it wasn't just for Helena. We were looking at how do we solve it for that region up there, and how does it tie into the next one down to the south. And so it did not only solve it for Helena, it solved it for White Sulphur Hot Springs. It solved it for, the area going south through that, southwest from Helena. It solved a lot larger area. So if you can look at it, that'd be the plus to is that holistic view as you're looking at the state, not just a piece by piece looking at the state. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, Wally. Are there other questions for Wally?
Wally, how much time do you think is involved in initial statewide development? I know that's a loaded question.
I bet if you have somebody that's interested and loves projections at the MLIA and at the state side, I would put from the time they got up to speed, learned how to do these things, I'd recommend picking up that $5,000 program on it. Well, you'd have some good, it'd take probably 3 months of time. And that would be, I'm going to say it's 3 months of man hours on it, but you'd want to spread it out over time and get the, pull in Marls and pull some other organizations in to look at what you're doing. And they may want some tweaks and stuff. You go back, do some tweaks and then bring it back to them. But
I guess my thought there, I mean, it obviously that's really is kind of hard to project, but I mean, Wally's really probably the most qualified person to answer that question because he's got so much time invested into these LDPs and their initial development. But from a surveyor's perspective, in my mind, the management of the LDPs goes hand in hand with the real-time network, which is now under state management. And so that's where I think I'm just throwing it out there from a technical user of the LDPs that they just, in my mind, they kind of go hand in hand. And we being the state library already has staff for the management of the real-time network. So this might be a good feather in the cap, for that individual. And the other thought is that I see MDT probably being the biggest stakeholder in the LDPs as far as use goes. And that if you notice, most of the highways in our state are in the green zone because they're typically along flatter surfaces. So anyway, and my understanding with the real-time network is that is kind of a partnership between MDT and the state library. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Thanks, Dan. Other questions or comments?
This is Mike from MDT, and this is the first I've really been exposed to this, so thank you, Wally. I don't know if you've had conversations with Bill Weaver, our survey guy, but if not, we can certainly get Bill involved and get him aware of what's happening here and give you some more feedback or help maybe answer questions the library might have as they consider, or the land council as they consider this.
Not Bill, I haven't talked to him a lot about this one, but I've argued more and more. I've argued a few times with his predecessor on it.
Okay.
So, and right now as I've been you guys have been talking, I'm looking up the number of hours we actually spent on doing the state of North Dakota. So you guys would have a better budget number or thought of ideas on how long it would take. There you go. Actual hours, North Dakota, 618 hours to do it. And that included meetings with the state surveyors, putting together PowerPoint presentations. It was, 618 hours. So you're looking for, if you guys you're getting up to speed and stuff to fill it in, it gives you kind of a budget number.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So I want to propose a potential next step for the council for your feedback. I think this represents the kind of opportunity that certainly with the level of coordination that it sounds like is necessary and warranted, we would typically address through a work group or a task force. And then that group would bring back some initial recommendations. There were some questions posed here like acceptable distortion and the need to coordinate between the LDPs, questions about resources necessary to do that work. I think the state library could provide some staff that would serve on that work group. We would want to bring in some of the stakeholders that Wally mentioned, obviously MDT, the surveyors, NOAA, Wally and his team, and anyone else who might be interested in this work, and have them do some research for us and come back with a recommendation on the resources necessary so that we can consider how MLA might better be able to support this, and then sort of what the ongoing development and maintenance looks like. Anybody have any reaction to that kind of approach?
I think that's a great approach, Jenny. That gives time to understand all the nuances and details. I'd support that.
Same here.
Dan, could I put you on the spot and ask that you and
Oh, I knew this was coming. Yes, I guess we got a legislative session coming up, and that's my biggest concern is just balancing. Wally, can you stop sharing your screen, please? This is getting distracting, but yet, yes, I'll definitely volunteer to be involved there. I probably can't champion it, which is, I think, probably what Wally is looking for right now is one champion for it. But I would be happy to serve on a committee.
Dan and I certainly wouldn't ask you to be the champion. What I would look for coming out of this work group is sort of recommendations for the ongoing resources and kind of workload that champion would take on. Having
Sure.
a little bit better picture of what the coordination and the resource involvement would be. And we could talk with you and anybody else who would be involved in this work group about an appropriate timeline that balances your other priorities.
And I guess what I'd like to see is I'm sorry, I'm not remembering the name of the state geodesist that's recently been hired for the real-time network, but I'd really like to see that individual kind of be the chair of that committee.
You're talking about Kazi, and we would certainly have Kazi and probably Bob serve on that committee. Kazi's he's very busy standing up the.
Oh, yeah, I bet he is.
So, but we can certainly look at lending support to that work, and if maybe I can just get a thumbs up from council members that this sounds like an appropriate next step, then we can touch base about exactly what the charge is to this group and what kinds of questions we would hope that they would be able to answer for the council, so we can answer some of those questions going forward.
Mike Bosman chatted, he needs to hop off for another meeting. We'll find MBT person to help with work group.
Thanks, Genevieve and Mike. Can I get a thumbs up from the council that this sounds like a reasonable approach? I'm seeing thumbs up in the room. Great. All right. Wally, thank you for bringing this important topic to our attention.
Yep, you bet. Feel free to holler if you have any questions.
Oh, we will, for sure.
All right. Hey, thanks. I'm going to sneak off to another meeting too. So thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Wally.
Yep. You bet, Dan. See you guys.
All right. Next on our agenda is a presentation from Brett and Brian from DNRC.
Brett or Brian, do you guys need a screen share at all? Or you guys just?
Yes, I'll need to screen share.
Okay, one moment.
Great. And Brett will be covering the majority of the presentation just based on our efforts to date at DNRC with formalizing a UAV program or agency. As you can imagine, the demand is on some point of an exponential curve for utilization of this technology. So take it away, Brett, please.
Great. So yeah, I'm gonna take about 10 minutes to talk about how the DNRC is utilizing drones. I'll be using the word drone and UAV interchangeably. And I'm going to use this UAS Resource Center, which is a internal resource for drone pilots at DNRC, as well as just DNRC staff in general, to interact with the data we create with drones. But first, like I said, I'm just going to show you some of the ways that we're using drones and the ROI that it provides. And so DNRC, we manage 5.5 million acres of state trust land, and a large portion of that, the revenue we generate comes from minerals and mining. We sell gravel, for example. This is an example of a gravel pit. We sell it by the yard. Historically, you'd send a couple folks out there with total stations. They'd collect however many points on a gravel pile, and then they'd calculate a volume. With drones, we just go out and fly. We process, a 20-minute flight, an hour processing the imagery, come back in the office, and you can, because it's generating a point cloud, as opposed to 100 some points, this has hundreds of thousands. This gravel pile, we get much more accurate volume measurements of gravel piles. Some gravel piles, it would be darn near impossible to get accurate total station measurements from. The drone, because of the way it works. Turn this on so you get a good idea. This is how these guys stack this gravel. It'd be pretty hopeless to go out there with a total station. The drone can, with a fair degree of accuracy, calculate the volume of these gravel piles. We're also using drones for documenting cultural resources. So, this is just north of Helena, up by Canyon Creek. It allows us to kind of see these cultural resources in ways we haven't been able to historically. So this is just on that gravelly range road, if anyone's ever been up just north of Canyon Creek. But you can see, right here we have a line of rocks running that way, and up to the north you have another line of rocks running this way, and they're leading to these rock pits. And those are rock pits that Native Americans hid in and hopefully poked something in the heart with. What this offers is, this is the imagery we collected, which is, the resolution is measured in inches, if not an inch. When you compare it to our historic, satellite imagery or NAPE imagery, you don't even see those features. Other things we're using them for, and this, another kind of speaks to ROI is, let me find it, Medicine Wheel East of Freud. We used to rent boom trucks to go get good pictures of things like medicine wheels or TB rings and measure them. That was a very expensive endeavor. Again, using UAVs, we just go out and fly them, and we can get some really great imagery of those features, as well as accurate measurements for our archaeologists. A few more examples. Timber management is a big deal on state trust lands, particularly in the western portion of the state. This is a salvage area, and so what happened here is basically a microburst came through and blew a bunch of timber down. Historically, you'd send a couple foresters out there with tape, and they would do what they refer to as counting sticks. So they would spend all afternoon on this mountainside counting the blowdown and identifying what is merchantable. Using drones, we just fly it. You can go back in the office and you can count the amount of sticks. So just a lot of high ROI examples. We'll go a couple more. DNRC does a lot of administrative work on high hazard dams. We manage the emergency action plans for all those dams. When dams are leaky or there's an issue, we often are having to do failure mode analysis on those dams, which is what we did on Storm Lake Dam a couple of years back. And video, as well as digital service models, can really help us make decisions, help the folks doing the failure mode analysis get a good picture of what's going on with the dam. This June, we all know flooding. We used drones this June with the emergency response. And so we went down to Livingston on June 13th, which was peak flow. And we worked with the incident management team to basically go out and perform recon on places that they could not access. And so, emergency response is another way that we're using drones at DNRC. And this was, in the moment while the flooding was occurring. In addition, I'll just go to one other example of that flooding that was kind of neat to see. Not neat, but it gives you a really good idea of the flooding that occurred. Not only you could go out and fly video, but we also had grids flown, and this is an example of, this is Red Lodge on June 13th when the flooding happened. And so this not only kind of shows folks what happened, but it gives our floodplain bureau a lot of good data to reference against about their floodplain maps and models, and informs their, basically kind of to check against the accuracy of what they assume could and would happen. We are also exploring multispectral data. We have one drone currently with a multispectral sensor. And so this is something our Forest Management Bureau is exploring, is using NDVI to identify species and tree health, and kind of use that to inform timber harvest, and as well as just kind of get an inventory of different stands across state trust line. Other uses I won't go into, but we're using drones for video, just for like educational outreach purposes, or commercial. We lease a lot of land for commercial purposes. So basically in the same way a realtor would use them. We have 3 RTK drones that are going to be used in the next few weeks to measure the synoptic flows of the Yellowstone, now that the water is really low, and our Water Management Bureau team is going to be out there on the river between Livingston and Billings performing those measurements. That's just a quick and dirty of some of the ways we're using drones at DNRC. But what I'd like to also show you is how we're implementing this at an enterprise level. So this data is available to all DNRC people. They can access it, peruse it, export the orthos, the digital surface models, the point clouds, the meshes, whatever, to, if they need to work on it, locally, and do some more advanced analysis than the Pix4D cloud offers. In addition, we had requests from leadership that when DNRC employees were out on the landscape flying drones, that there'd be some way for folks to know what's going to happen out there. So we have just, this simple survey 1, 2, 3, where folks can go out, draw a mission that they plan on flying, say what it's for, say who the pilot's going to be, and when they're planning on flying it. That's particularly useful during something like fire season, where real fires may be occurring, or where training may be occurring, and we have other aerial operations in the area. And from that survey, basically what we have is a way for leadership to go out and see what missions are planned on the landscape. So here, we have basically a dashboard where DNRC employees can go out, see what's going on in their neck of the woods, what's proposed. They can see the footprint that's being planned to be flown, who's planning to fly it, et cetera. This was all, requested by folks at the DNRC, just so they have situational awareness of what's happening. Lastly, just this is sort of like the one-stop shop for DNRC employees to use in reference to their drone program. We have 16 pilots currently. We have 9 drones. I won't go into every single one of these, but we have, information on our workflow. We require all new drones that are purchased to have this cost benefit analysis form filled out, so that, we have good records of the justification for those purchases. I have links to a couple feature services here, so folks can add that to their field maps workflows. We have a bunch of those at the DNRC. Links to different web maps that allow drone pilots to identify, where they will be able to fly and where they won't. There's a lot of parts of Montana associated with airports, with air bases, with missile silos where you may not be able to fly or may be limited in your flight. And so this is just a resource for them to use against that data. The drone zone, which is where the FAA has you register all your drones, and temporary flight restrictions feature service, which pop up frequently during the summer, during fire season. Aeronautical charts as well. Some fun stats about our drone program, which, what we found it really kind of started last, we purchased our first drone in 2019, but they really weren't democratized across DNRC until last year. And what we're finding is they're basically used year round. There is no field season for drones. And so I would anticipate this 2022 number to exceed the 2021 number here in the next month or two. Something I will show you is this pre and post flight checklist. So all drone pilots are required to fill this out for every mission they fly. And it's got your basic, cover yourself questions like is a drone damaged, batteries charged, weather, yada, yada, yada. But it also tracks, the pilots and the drones and allows us to say, the GIS's DJI Phantom 4 version 2 has 1,000 minutes of flight under it. So it allows pilots to kind of have feathers in their cap, refer back, see how many missions they've flown, how many minutes they've got under their belts. And it also allows us to track use of our drones. And that information, is feeding, like, for example, 2,500 minutes in flight, et cetera. So that is a real quick and dirty on how we're using drones at DNRC. The future is going to be just more pilots, more missions. I can think of a few pilots right now. We're going to be taking their Part 107 in the coming months. We have programs that have drones ordered due to supply chain issues. Those are on back order. We're gonna be exploring LiDAR sensors for our drones. There's a desire for thermal sensors to fight fire. And so it's just gonna expand, and it's expanding pretty quick. I see a raised hand from Heather.
Yeah, Brett, thanks for this presentation. This is great. So I'm with the Forest Service again, and one thing that we're struggling with, especially with the UAS program, is just that data processing side. We don't seem to have problems finding the pilots, but it's the processing of the data once that's done. What kind of investment have you guys made at the DNRC in terms of the data piece?
So, the vast majority of our missions are photogrammetric in nature. They're grade flights. We are using Pix4D Cloud chiefly. It's a really great product that allows you to, they do the processing on their end and give you the outputs. You can share, like these links I'm clicking on, they can be shared to the public. If you were to go to the State Library's Flood Hub, you could look at these of Red Lodge or Fromberg. We also have, so for 80% of our needs, the cloud, Pix4D Cloud meets it. We do have Pix4D Mapper licenses, which are desktop licenses that we utilize for like heavier analysis, where people are really trying to maybe, for example, we have folks proposing gravel pits and they want to show how that gravel pit's going to change over time. They're taking that digital surface model and editing it. And so, most of our processing occurs in the cloud, some occurs in Pix4D Mapper, and then we utilize the data, a lot in ArcGIS Pro.
Great. Thank you for that. And I would love to connect with you guys a little bit more on this. And is that experience, ArcGIS experience, is that publicly shared? Could you share that link by chance?
This is not currently publicly shared. The future will be hopefully a lot of this. The reason it's not publicly shared is some of these are, active sites and folks may be putting annotations on there that we don't want to share to the public just yet. The future will be, hopefully imagery services serving out all of our orthomosaics and maybe some sort of public version of this. We're just not there yet.
Thanks so much.
I see another hand raised.
This is Dan Staley. I want to be sensitive to time constraints. So Genevieve, how are we doing on time?
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay. You mentioned LiDAR, the LiDAR platform, and I'm wondering if you guys have ran a sort of similar analysis to what you were showing us as far as cost justification specifically for the LiDAR platform.
Yeah.
And how that's turning out.
So we haven't yet. We do not have a LiDAR sensor yet. We have one drone capable of LiDAR, and that's a Matrice 300. The thing that we're thinking we will use LiDAR for is for timber. You compare the digital surface model to the ground model the LiDAR creates, and with a few sample points, you could theoretically calculate the volume of merchantable timber within a sale, but we haven't done that yet. So yeah, we're definitely, a lot of this stuff is kind of like, it's tough. The ROI is almost kind of hard to know till we do it. But with timber and LiDAR, there seems to be, there's a lot of studies out there and a lot of folks doing, a lot of timber companies doing work with LiDAR right now.
And then the only other, I guess, comment that I have is with your project planning module that you had there. So internally, DNRC employees can see where there's some projects being planned and flown. Just from a data share and not duplicating tasks perspective, it would be really neat if we could open up a module like that for all UAV pilots in the state, particularly after events like we had this summer.
That's a really good idea.
Other questions or comments for Brett?
I did drop the Flood Hub link into the chat so you all could take a look at it. It's got links to some of the information that he shared here. Just we've been talking about a statewide imagery repository for years now. And unfortunately, Mike's not on the line, but MDT and MSL have started writing a business case for a centralized image repository. And I'm sure that this will be discussed further. I didn't think about plans, future flight plans, but and then the other two agencies we thought about bringing on board just for the beginning phases of kind of vetting out the project would be the Department of Revenue and the DNRC. So we are in the works.
Any other discussion? Brett, thanks so much for being with us, and Brian for sharing this fantastic information. I think you've got a lot of people's brains churning with ideas.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to our next agenda item, our red tape relief initiative. I'll talk a little bit more about what this is and what some of our intended goals are. I did want to let you know that we're joined by Lieutenant Governor Juris. I think I see her to introduce the statewide red tape relief initiative. Lieutenant Governor, thanks so much for being with us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to be here. And yes, what a fascinating presentation on drones, which I'll just segue as part of our whole regulatory reform initiative is to take a look at all of our laws, all of our regulations, update them. I mean, we literally have laws on the books from 1895, and we have regulations from 1973 after our Constitution was passed. So for example, one thing I'm just going to point out to you, Brett and others in the drone world, we have a strong privacy right in Montana. So as you're implementing these policies and looking at these laws, you need to take into account and make sure that we're protecting all of the confidential information you might be capturing with these drone images or any of your other images that you have in your databases. In flying drones, you need to be cognizant of trespass laws and the ownership of landowners of a certain amount of airspace over their property. So how close can you get? So that is exactly the sort of thing we're asking you, every agency across the agencies, is updating where our laws outdated. We need to be updated. With regard to boards and councils and their governance, we're asking you to take a look at, can you operate more efficiently? You have one of the larger councils of boards that operates in the state with 20 members. Is there a way that we can reduce those numbers simply because it's more efficient often, not always, but often, and certainly less expensive to support smaller boards versus larger boards? And sometimes you gain operating efficiencies when you work in smaller groups. So the real ultimate goal of regulatory reform, the Red Tape Initiative, is to provide the best service that we can provide to the Montana citizens who use our services and products in an efficient manner, a cost-effective manner, and a way that brings better results to them. So I'm excited that this council wants to take a look at your regulations and the framework for how you operate and see if there's ways that you can deliver those services in an even better manner than you're already doing it. So thanks for your interest in the project, and I'll turn the details over to Jenny. Thank you.
And I also then wanted to introduce Emily Dardis, who's joined us online. Emily is an intern working in the governor's office, and she is going to be learning more about this process and hopefully available to support us as we go through our review. Emily, did you want to say hello? You may be muted if you have a mic.
Hi there. Sorry. I'm pretty sick and have a bad throat, so I apologize, but I'm Emily Dardis and it's really nice to meet everyone.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks for being with us. I hope you feel better. So as we get started, I've asked Evan Hammer to offer a presentation on some of the history that is behind the work of this council that got us to the point that we are today, especially for some of our newer council members who haven't been with us for many years. I hope the information that he shares will provide some useful background information to help us as we think about going forward. There are a number of places within statute and then particularly in administrative rule that the state library has talked about modifying for a number of years. Over the years, we've talked about trying to do some of that work with this council. It's something that we just have never really taken the time to do. But as the Lieutenant Governor said, I think there's opportunity for us to find efficiencies and to make better use of the processes that we have to inform our work, be better about data-driven planning and reporting so that we are making the best decisions with the limited resources that we have available. So as described in the memo, what we're proposing is a fairly short initial time frame to look specifically at the Montana Land Information Act statutes and to propose any kinds of modifications that we might feel are warranted, first to the State Library Commission and then hopefully through the legislative process in the coming 2023 legislative session. And then based on any kind of statutory changes, make the necessary modifications to administrative rules starting after the 2023 legislative session. One point that I did want to make starting out, I am specifically looking at the statutes that are contained in Title 90, the Montana Land Information Act. There's statute that governs the recordation fee that funds our work, which is in Title VII. That statute, many of you will recall, was amended just this past legislative session in 2021 when we increased that recordation fee, those funds going both to the state as well as to local governments. I'm not proposing that we look at Title VII in this regulatory review. We're really focusing on the functions of this council, our work, and those regulations contained in Title 90 and those related administrative rules. So just to frame the context of what I think we're looking at today. Are there any initial questions before I ask Evan to join us? Okay, Evan.
Awesome.
And Evan has served on this council in the past.
Many years ago,
Many years
yes.
ago.
This may be a little less formal than a presentation. I've got some slides that I'll share and really want to just really hit at the high level because I don't want to take a lot of your time here. But I want to give you some things to think about as you dig into this. Some of the things I've come across and just let you know that I'm available to dig into this history a little more. There's a lot more than what I put out here. So share more or dig in a little more where there's places. I put a little timeline together that I think may be helpful. Hopefully it's legible. I'm not going to spend a lot of time as far back as 1953, but well, that'll be a little bit of a hard starting point. And then kind of the hard ending point for me for now is the signing of the act, the Land Information Act, March 30th, 2005. So that's kind of where I'm gonna walk you through. I put a few other things, kind of events that were going on in the IT world and events that were going on in the GIS world, more broadly, GIS software, things on this to add to that context, because I think it's helpful as we understand this. So go to the next slide. I'll come back to this at the end. So the main reason we go back to 1953 is that for a certain generation of GIS people, I don't know, honestly, if a lot of the new folks out there hear this as much, but many of us had A16 drilled into our heads in the 90s and early 2000s. It was basically one of the first federal acts that formalized GIS and GIS coordination at the federal level. It didn't originate that way. It was focused on coordination of mapping and surveying, naturally, in 1953, since there was no GIS. But it was kind of latched onto, and I just want to hit two key times, 1990 and 1994. 1990 was when GIS was really added to A16, and the Federal Geographic Data Committee, FGDC, was established. And then in 1994, the National Spatial Data Infrastructure was established as part of the oversight of the FGDC. So next slide, please. When we move to the state level, makes sense to talk about the Natural Resource Information System. It was one of the first state agencies to get involved in GIS. Having said that, it was not established specifically for GIS. It was established about the same time that desktop GIS software was becoming available. I don't know. I do know a few people that have connections that far back, but it's my understanding that at the time the act was conceived, or the INRIS statute was conceived, people weren't really thinking about it in terms of desktop GIS availability. Not saying there wasn't anyone there. First discussions there started in 1982, and then it was ultimately established in 1985. If you go to the next slide, there was a role there. The idea, this is from the Governor's Council on Management report in 1982, where there was a recommendation to coordinate the sharing of natural resource information. And I wanted to point that out because we'll talk a little bit more about GIS coordination. And I think in the past, there has been some sensitivity to the library role. I think the library was much more focused, or the intent was for it to be more focused on natural resource information. And so you don't see a lot in the early days there of what I'd call coordination. And I'm getting ahead of myself. So next slide, please. So what I call it is state GIS collaboration that came in the years following the establishment of the Natural Resource Information System. The Montana GIS Users Group, MTGIS, was established in 1988, as was the Technical Working Group, which some of you may remember as the Interagency Technical Working Group. Saw a few familiar names as I dug through the records of these. And then there was also a fairly strong local government GIS coalition during that era. So this is all kind of in that 1988 to, well, really right up to the time that the act was passed in 2005. Next slide, please. So this, I was a little surprised. This was the oldest archived local government GIS coalition webpage, and this is right at the top of the page. I was really impressed with the amount of local government participation at that time. So thought I'd share. Next slide, please. When it comes to actual more formal coordination, in my mind, that happened, that started when the Montana Geographic Information Council was started through an executive order signed by Governor Roscoe in 1997. One particularly interesting thing related to this, and it's, I'll certainly share this slide deck. Sorry, it's not in the materials right now. But in the notes, I've got some information. The executive order went through several iterations between 1997 and 2003, specific to membership of this council and thinking about that. The MGIC started as a 14-member council, later became a 16 to 17-member council, and finally a 22-member council. So I think you'll see a lot of the rationale for the council representation that is current reflected back then. And so you can kind of see, I don't know that we can get it exactly why it changed, but we can at least see kind of the eras of change that happened back then. And then the Land Information Act seems to have been a product of MGIC and the coordination discussions that went through at that time. Ultimately, and I think it's on the next slide. And I know this is teeny, so maybe those sitting at your desks in your offices can read it. But this was just, this appeared to be just an internal memo in ITSD in September of 2003. And it was planning for the 2005 legislative session and various requests. And GIS funding showed up there with a problem statement. This seems to be the ultimate foundation of the funding associated and really the origins of the Land Information Act. Also, for some historic context, if you can see just under the bottom of the red box, the third item there was classify email as a public record. So it gives you an idea of kind of where we were in the technology world at that time. Next slide, please. And so here is, we have great resources out there through the legislative site. If you're interested, you can dig back and see the detailed bill histories, SB 98 from the 2005 regular session. Next slide, please. And so here is just, if you were out surfing the web in 2003, just before the land, or as the Land Information Act was being conceived, these are what some of the resources look like. Upper left is the NRIS site, lower left, the Interagency Technical Working Group, MTGIS in the middle, the local government GIS coalition upper right, and the MGIC site on the lower right. And so, you know, more or less, upper left, NRIS is kind of what you expect to know of the library still today. Those three kind of bottom left to upper right are what would become MEGIP. And then the lower right kind of became the Base Map Service Center and later rolled into the library. Next slide, please. Just another way of thinking about context. What did the data look like? I had the thought very late to actually put examples of the old orthos next to some modern imagery, but it's not that compelling actually. You know, the biggest change from this first statewide orthophoto collection effort, looking at the imagery, is that it was black and white, single band. But what's really telling is this mission started in 1990 and it took until 2003. The next statewide collection was 2005. It was done in 1 year. And ever since then, it took us 4 years to do another, it took the USGS 4 years to do another collection in 2009. And since 2009, not only have we had statewide, we've had statewide with color infrared. And most recently, I believe the resolution is increased to 60 centimeters. So, but yeah, I just put this up here to, again, get you to think about and understand kind of the situation when the existing statute was being created. Next slide. And so here we are back to that timeline. Many of those key points are added in here. The blues are these various groups, as well as different state kind of coordination and collaboration activities that happened over time. The reds at the bottom, you can see some basic IT accomplishments that happened in the world. And, you know, there are a few things on there, understandably, PCs, the World Wide Web. A couple of things that aren't on there because they come later, after the act was initially conceived. The first 1 terabyte hard drive, the iPhone, you know, some of this basic stuff has happened since the act went into place. So it's reasonable when you start to think about some of those things for us to at least explore whether or not there's some kind of basic changes or updates that need to be made. So with that, I think that's the end of my slideshow. They're in there a little bit. Yeah, I kept thinking the same as I was.
Thanks, Evan. Are there questions for Evan or any other reminiscences from the early days? Mhm. Mhm.
I will say that in the recent strategic plan, we did go through the history, which is where I'm hoping you pulled most of that out of, but it's in the strategic plan, so you can review that online too.
Great. So as the Lieutenant Governor said, part of this review is an opportunity for us to look at boards and councils, this council in particular, and to think about what is working about our work and what we can do to make our work more successful. And I thought we would just take a few minutes and look at the statutes as they currently exist. And if you have any thoughts or reactions to those statutes, please feel free to share them. I'll share my perception as well. And then, like I said, I'm not going to ask this larger group to brainstorm what changes we might anticipate for the legislation. Rather, I would prefer to work with a smaller subcommittee of this group to look at any individual statutes that we think might need to be changed, and then bring those recommendations back to the larger council and ultimately to the State Library Commission. As I mentioned, our Montana Land Information Act that Evan referenced is contained in Title 90 in Montana Code. And for your reference, the act as it was first passed, as Evan noted, was first assigned, or the agency that had responsibility for the act was the Department of Administration under the State Information Technology Services Division. We did go through a legislative process in 2013 to move that responsibility from D of A to the state library. That work was conducted under a previous study directed by Governor Schweitzer on how we could best coordinate the administration of the act within state government. And so that kind of statutory change occurred in 2013. So that was the last time the act was really looked at by the legislature. Really, the only change that was made during that legislative process was literally swapping Department of Administration for the state library. None of the other language in the act changed at that time. So some of these is pretty straightforward. Genevieve, if you could bring up the purpose 91-402. Oh, I'm sorry, and I didn't copy and paste those, but those are active links in the document. So this just establishes the purpose of the act itself, to develop standardized, sustainable method to collect, maintain, and disseminate information in digital formats about the natural and artificial lands characteristics of Montana. And recognition of who some of our key stakeholders are, and a desire to make sure that we're doing this work in the most efficient and effective way. One of the successes I think that we can point to as a council and as a state is the degree to which we provide that level of coordination. I appreciated Evan's example of the early imagery collection and the amount of time it took to collect that early imagery. And I was not here for the 2005 collection, but I've heard stories of passing the hat to try to fund that data collection. And I think there was a similar passing of the hat in 2009. And of course, we've become much more efficient and thanks to our federal partners, have more ready access to that kind of aerial imagery. We can point to other successes like the coordination work to collect LiDAR, where the state library is playing the role of working with all of our partners to find funding, largely through our federal partners, and to do that request for funding and then managing that kind of data processing. Earlier today, we talked about LDPs and the need for that kind of coordination. I think that's the work that the state library and this council does really, really well, particularly in identifying the key stakeholders that are necessary and may make use of the kinds of data and information that we're providing. Dan, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, so thanks. This is just, I'm kind of want to thank you for just going over the statute here. It's just a reminder to all of us. You know, I go through, and of course, my role on the council and, you know, private business and working for citizens, I just key in on the fact that I think sometimes I lose sight of those two entities being in the purpose. So I guess I appreciate the way this is written.
Thanks, Dan. Any other observations about the purpose? All right. Genevieve, if you just, there's the next section up in the upper right-hand corner, or that's either way works. In the upper right. Keep going. There you go. Yep. So then we have our definitions. You can see the account referring to the land information account, which is where we collect the revenue from the Land Information Act recordation fee. Council referring to this council. Digital format. I would certainly look to some of you as our experts to understand whether or not that definition is still sufficient. Similarly with geographic information systems, land information, the state librarian and state library were a couple of the changes that were made in 2013 when the statute authority was moved from the Department of Administration to the state library, just acknowledging who has responsibility in statute for administering this act. Let's go ahead and move on to the next statute. So these are the duties of the state library, duties that we, to the best of our ability and within resources, commit to achieving. I think we do a fairly good job, but I think this is a particular piece of statute that we would want to evaluate to make sure that, again, we're focusing our energy and efforts and resources where we're having the greatest impact. And if there are duties and responsibilities that may no longer be necessary, or we simply don't have the resources to support, we take a look at and consider whether or not that's appropriate. One of the duties identified within this statute, I'm looking particularly at Part L there, is a report to the governor and the legislature. And I know that in speaking with the governor and lieutenant governor, those kinds of obligatory reports are something that they are looking at. We do a biennial report to the governor's office and the legislature. My suspicion is that it's the kind of report that sits on a virtual shelf. One of the things that we were proud of a number of years ago was transitioning that report into a story map format so that we could showcase some of the technology that we use to deliver our work, but I don't know what kind of impact that kind of report has. So again, we'll want to take a look at these duties and make sure that they're.
And this is Lieutenant Governor Juris. I have a comment under E. It says established by administrative rule through the rather complicated rulemaking process, the application process and granting process. And I'd like you to take a look at that because rulemaking takes time and grants, you need to be nimble, especially in your world where things change so much. So I would ask you to consider, rather than establishing the application forms process and granting process through a rule, you would just keep some certain parameters here as to what the grants can be used for, but allow yourselves to more quickly change forms and processes through guidelines versus a rule.
Thank you so much for that feedback, Lieutenant Governor. Any other reactions to this statute?
I think we've always talked about the land information plan. And it's like we're constantly planning. And we decided, was it 4 years ago, to just not throw the plan out every year and try to adopt it over a 2-year period. And now that we have a strategic plan in place, I think it would be appropriate to review that and whether we keep them both or somehow align them, make them shorter. I would like to, it's a lot harder to plan annually versus doing a broader strategic 3 to 5 year plan.
I think the other disadvantage of requiring an annual land plan, it largely comes down to the timing of a lot of this. We do an annual land plan in part to inform the grant priorities for the grant cycle. And then we award the grants. And we are also already at the point in time when we need to start doing the next year's land plan and identifying those grant priorities when the grant funds are just going out the door and those grants are just, the work is just being conducted. So there's no ability and no time for us to evaluate the impact of those grants to better inform the next land plan and the future grant priorities. So the timing of that cycle is something that we've talked about for a number of years. needing to revise and I think lengthen.
And Kevin Gilbertson, I totally agree. We run the same thing in IT where, you're constantly planning. However, in IT, the reserving the annual review or even more often review is worthwhile. So if you were to set a guideline for some sort of a review annually, but planning on a larger horizon would seem to make more sense.
That's a great point, Kevin. Other reactions to this statute? All right, let's move on to the next one. So this is the statute that pertains to all of you. And as Lieutenant Governor said, this is a very large council. And not only is it a large council, but it's a council that turns over every biennium. The entire council turns over every biennium. So we lose a lot of institutional memory in that process. Thankfully, many of you are often willing to reapply and continue to serve, but there is that inefficiency in that appointment process that has to happen every other year. And then like I said, the loss of institutional memory. I think some of why we see such a large council is based on some of the history that Evan shared with us. The GIS community has in Montana historically been a very inclusive community, and we know the benefits of working across sectors. And not being a part of the original drafting of the original act, I'm sure that there was a desire and an intent to make sure that everyone who was participating in the community have representation and a voice in equal measure on the council. And I think that's well conceived, but it does create significant inefficiencies in the appointment process. And then I think it also means that a lot of the work that's brought to the council may or may not be relevant to the full slate of council members. So I would really encourage us to do a couple of things. First, look at the balance of representation and who really needs to be on the council. And I talked to Aaron a little bit about considering what the primary work of the council really is and making sure that those people who are most directly impacted by that work have the appropriate voice at the table. The other point that I wanted to make is that I think, and I hope you'll agree, that we do a really great job of working with various working groups that are work groups of subject matter experts on the different information matters that come before the council. So we have an elevation work group who advises us on our LiDAR acquisition. For example, Aaron mentioned an imagery work group. There's a land cover work group. We're talking about a study of the LDP. That work casts an even wider net than the representation on the council because we are engaging with the subject matter experts that are most interested in those topics. And in that way, those work groups can bring back their recommendations and advise the state library and the council on the resources necessary to carry out that work. So I think as we continue to utilize that model in a way that I hope makes good use of the time of those subject matter experts, we may be able to reduce the size of this council to make the work of this council more efficient. And then assuming we do that, I think we would also need to look at some kind of staggered appointment process so our council doesn't turn over every 2 years. Any other comments or reactions?
So this is Kevin Gilbertson again. This doesn't help the reduction, but I think with the creation of the chief data officer role within the state, that it would be worth considering having that person be a part of this council.
Thanks, Kevin. I think we've thought about that as well. And I do know, and I don't think Matt is with us today, but even in working with some of our federal partners, there's just some uncertainty about the formal relationship as a federal entity with a state entity that we need to take into consideration as well.
One thing that I would bring up, I know we're not going over rule right now, but in rule, it's very specifically laid out of which members of the council need to serve on which subcommittee. And to me, that's a real big burden for the people who are appointed to that specific position. And it's just really almost impossible to attain. I think the Indian tribal interest persons is supposed to sit on both. And so what we've done is just try to meet, try to get a decent number of folks to be on the subcommittee and take whatever volunteers that were willing versus meet that very strict outline of who had to be on the council or subcommittee, excuse me. Dan's got his hand raised.
Dan?
This is I feel like I'm playing catch up. I didn't prepare for this meeting well enough, but I understand I think I understand what we're doing here and being which is a real healthy exercise, I think, to go through and study understand how we got to where we are and to see if we can simply be more efficient in what we're doing. So the first thought I'm having, and I'm just going to throw it out there, I know that the result is probably going to be a subcommittee to really dive into this and look at the ARMs and the statute holistically and kind of come up with some recommendations. But I see four directors and 3 persons and 2 persons, and I just have to wonder, can that be knocked down by 1? So I just throw that out there.
Thanks, Dan.
Yep.
I think those are the questions that are on our mind as well. We know that different federal departments, different state agencies bring their own unique interests and their own priorities to the discussion. I think it's incumbent on this council and under the leadership of the state library to really be collaborative and make sure that the voices are heard, the stakeholder interests are met, whether or not those people actually have seats on the council. Any other reactions before we go on to the next statute? Go ahead. So again, these are the duties of the council themselves, identifying that this council is advisory to the state library, and ultimately any kind of recommendation that comes from this council is made to the State Library Commission, who then acts on those kinds of recommendations. I'm curious, and I think we'll want to spend some time on this particular statute, curious about the council's reactions to duties that include things like promoting coordination and advocating for the development of consistent policies. I think, in fact, that is, so there's some of the examples that may create some opportunity or perceived opportunity for conflict with some of our federal partners who are in positions where they cannot necessarily weigh in on the awarding of funds, for example, and other kinds of state policies. I do,
Specifically, Genevieve, are you talking about part G?
yes, yep,
Oh, okay,
G and H, Dan.
all right. My initial reaction is that I like the minimized duplication of effort in part G. I think that's the most, personally, I think that's probably one of the most important part of part G for, for the group that I represent.
Thanks. What I do think is a really important role for this council, and as I said, maybe through some of the work groups more, is helping to advise on the priorities of the work. We have a lot of different kinds of information resources that we're investing in. We're going to be getting more information on LDPs and other work, and that work extends beyond the resources that we have ability to support. And so hearing from stakeholders about what the priorities are for how the state library invests our time and our Land Information Act resources, how those kinds of priorities inform the grant priorities, et cetera, to me is one of the most important responsibilities of this council.
I like the promotion of coordination and programs. There's a national effort for councils and council members to join NSGIC, which is the National States Geographic Information Council. We usually offer that everyone to attend or to be a part of that organization. Brandy's going to be joining me in Portland next week, but they actually are creating a council of councils there. So folks like you in your position can attend and network and work with other folks on national coordination activities, bring back information for the council and your constituents.
John?
Yeah, thanks. This is, I think, a really good conversation. The one thing here that I noticed, at least on this, is the statements about this council being advisory only, but then kind of a mixing and a matching of advising, reviewing, but then also promoting activities as well. So I'm not sure if all of those things kind of jive as part of an advisory committee. So just maybe something to consider, breaking some of those things out. I'm not exactly sure how, but it just seems to be a bit of not a conflict, but just a mixture of duty.
Thanks for raising that point, Don. We've had a similar discussion as we've been looking at some of the priorities in our strategic planning process and thinking about kind of what, if any, role the council has to play in helping us achieve some of those kinds of goals. And as you point out, some of those may go beyond advisory, and I think it's important for us to consider if that's appropriate or not.
Exactly.
Brandon?
Yeah, I'm just going to echo the same comments there. I think there seems to be a little bit of confusion when it comes to the language. Yeah, if we're advisory, I'm not sure promoting is what we should be doing.
Any other reactions? Okay. Go ahead. So then there's statute that specifically pertains to the account that the state library receives the money collected by the Department of Revenue, and that the funds are invested, that Title 17 requires us to invest those funds with the State Board of Investments. So we do all of that work at the state library. And then distribution of funds, we're required to prepare a budget. That budget is typically found in the annual land plan. And then as described in this part, state agencies, local governments, tribal governments may apply for funds. That's through the MLEAC grant program. and that we're required for ensuring the distribution of the funds are managed by the recipient according to certain standards. We've talked about who is eligible as grant recipients in the past. So I certainly, if that's something the council wants to discuss and recommend, that's something that we can look at as well. And then, as Aaron said, there are other specific administrative rules pertaining to the grant program itself. And then I think this is one of the final pieces of statute. If anyone disagrees with how we award funding, there is an opportunity for a hearing with the State Library Commission to evaluate that disagreement. Okay. And then standard statute that allows us to create administrative rules to carry out this work. I appreciate your feedback. That was really helpful. I would like to ask for some volunteers to help us over the next probably 6 to 8 weeks to do a more thorough dive and to come up with some draft recommendations for changes to the council. I hope that perhaps we can do this in just 2 to 3 meetings. Those meetings would be held virtually. Emily, I hope that you would be able to join us in those meetings and help serve on that subcommittee as well, advising us from the perspective of the Lieutenant Governor. And if people are willing to volunteer today, I would take your volunteering. Otherwise, I will ping you and ask for volunteers offline. I would anticipate that this work would start in early October.
This won't be your only opportunity to volunteer today either.
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking at Eric because he's got some significant institutional memory that I think would be really valuable to this process. Thank you, Eric. Anybody else want to volunteer at this time?
I will step up to serve on that.
Thank you, Lee. Those of you who are online are not getting my evil eye that I'm
Just look right there.
I'm staring at the camera now.
You should ask Mike Bosman, who's alongside.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think I'll volunteer Evan as well with his history. So thank you. Well, this was a great discussion. I really appreciate it. I appreciate your support in this process. Like the governor said, let's keep what's working and throw out what's not and see if we can make this work even more efficient. At this point, we're going to take a 30-minute break for lunch. So those of you who are joining us online, if we could reconvene at 12:30, I think we are actually right on time right now. So thank you all. All right, council, I hope everybody had a nice little break. We're coming back together. The next item that we have on our revised agenda is Colin from the Climate Office with an MSDI update. Colin, are you available and ready?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you sound great.
Yeah, can I share my screen?
Yes, I'll make you co-host. One moment. You should be good to go.
Okay. And can you see everything on my screen?
Let's see. Yes.
Awesome. Okay, well, thank you guys very much for having me today. My name is Colin Brust, and I am the climate data specialist at the Montana Climate Office here at the University of Montana. And today I am talking about some work I've been doing with the MSDI in updating Montana's climate normals. Some of you might have been familiar with Mike Sweet, who was kind of my predecessor in this position, and he put in a ton of work in generating these climate normal maps of Montana that were really great for contextualizing climate conditions around the state. But that work kind of fell off when Mike retired, and so I picked that back up when I started here in January. And I put a lot of time into redeveloping these climate normals for a contemporary time period. So I'm just going to briefly go over first what climate normals are. Climate normals are just summaries of average conditions spanning the previous 3 decades. And this can be for any climate variable like temperature or precipitation or relative humidity. So for example, in this map on the right, this is a map of the mean January minimum temperature across Montana for the 1991 to 2020 period of record. And these climate normals are really helpful for contextualizing current conditions. So for example, if in this coming January of 2023, here in like the Missoula Valley, we have a mean January minimum temperature of 30 degrees or something like that, we can use that value and compare it to these normals to show that that event was really anomalously warm. And because our climate is changing and very dynamic, it's important that these normals are regenerated every decade. It wouldn't really make sense to use a period of record from like 1950 to 1980 to contextualize what our climate is like right now here in Montana. So we regenerate these every decade so that we're really making sure we're comparing what's happening now to the most recent relevant period. And so to create these climate normals for Montana, I used a data set called GridMet, which is a gridded meteorological product. And all that means is it's a gridded map, a map with pixels on it, where each pixel represents some value of the climate variable. And GridMet is available at a daily time scale and has a whole host of variables like precipitation, temperature, relative humidity, and so on. And the reason that we chose, there's a whole host of these gridded data sets available for the country. And the reason that we chose GridMet is, for one, it's really accurate relative to the data on the ground. So at the Montana Climate Office where I work, we have deployed a series of weather stations across the state, which is called the Montana Mesonet. And we performed an analysis with a ton of gridded data sets relative to our Montana Mesonet to see which data sets performed the best relative to the data on the ground. And we found that GridMet was very accurate and that it also has a very low latency, so that that means data from today are available 3 days from now. So it's really great for doing operational and real-time analyses. And so using this GridMet data, we have developed climate normals for all these variables listed here. So temperature, precipitation, relative humidity, and so on. And so that's kind of a brief overview of what these climate normals are. And now I just want to show where you can find some of these and how it's integrated into the MSDI. So here on the MSDI climate page, we've just worked on kind of redoing this page to convey this more recent data that we've been working on. And there's 3 main tools that we've developed at the Climate Office in regards to these climate normals. And the first that I want to share is the Climate Atlas. That's available under this link here on the climate page. And the Climate Atlas is an interactive tool for visualizing these climate normals across the state. So we can just select a variable. So I'll just select that same one we were looking at in the map earlier of minimum temperature. And you get a nice interactive map of this variable, whatever you select. And you can, what's nice is we have a bunch of different time periods. So we could look at a monthly time scale. And we can even look at different statistics like the median or mode to see how that normal changes using a different statistic. And one small side note about how we calculated these normals relative to how normals are normally calculated. Generally, when these climate normals are calculated, you take a set of 30 years of data, and then for a given pixel on a map, you would just take the pixel-wise mean to get, for example, the mean annual temperature or precipitation, or whatever variable you're calculating it for. We've decided to use a different approach, which is for each stack of pixels, instead of just calculating the mean or median, we have fit what's called a gamma distribution. And a gamma distribution is just a probability distribution that can be completely described by two parameters, which are alpha and beta. And what's nice about this approach is that alpha and beta, those two parameters on their own, contain all the information needed to derive not only the mean, but also the median and the mode and the variance of a given pixel. And so if you want to learn, that's all I'm going to say about it now, but if you want to learn more on our Climate Atlas, this information tab has a little overview of what that means. But essentially, all that means is that using this method, we can really simply and with a minimal amount of data, calculate all these statistics in a nice, reproducible, and easy way. So that was the first thing I wanted to share. And second is, so if you go to this MSDI page, we have another hyperlink, which is downloadable data. And this is raw data of each of these maps of each variable for a bunch of different timescales for Montana. So this is available on our Montana Climate Office file server. And so each of these directories, so we can go to the minimum temperature, and for each timescale, so annual timescales and then monthly timescales, we have each of those statistics in a raw GeoTIFF form. And one thing to note about these data is they're stored in what's called a cloud optimized GeoTIFF, which is a data format that's made for being displayed on the web. So it's really convenient. All you have to do is put in the URL to one of these data sets in your GIS system, and you can display it without having to download the data. The final resource that I wanted to share with you is these pre-made maps that we've created. And these pre-made maps are kind of stored in a similar way. For each variable, we have created just these nice pre-made maps if you want to drop them into a presentation or something. So for example, here is that same minimum annual temperature map we were looking at before. Just to quickly and concisely summarize that data. And so that is the work that we've done so far in terms of the climate MSDI page. But looking forward, there are a few more things we want to work on. And so the first is deriving these same climate normals, but using CMIP6 climate projections. CMIP6 is a data set that looks to the end of the century and gives daily data of different climate variables given the changing climate. And so one thing we would like to do is create a climate normals for this data so we can contextualize how our climate is now and how it might change in the future. Second is we're going to work to continue improving the climate atlas that I've showed you, and to also just clean up and continue to improve those pre-made maps that I also showed. And finally, I'm hoping to just continue and develop important climate resources that are relevant to Montanans and can hopefully make a difference. And with that, that is all I had for today. So if anyone has any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Thanks so much, Colin. Any questions for Colin? Hearing none. Thanks so much for being with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay. We are going to move on to updates from Aaron. Or do we have Troy next?
MSDI,
Image.
oh, we skipped the. Sorry, let me look at the updated version of
Do we have you or Troy?
the. No, it's all been changed. Pull that up. All right, first I gotta share. Start at the beginning. Okay. Let me give everyone the MSDI imagery update. Troy and Megan are unable to give the presentation today. Megan is out in the field. And then I'm not sure if Troy's on vacation, but I offered to give this presentation. So this is just a little bit of a background of the NAEP. So the NAEP is the National Agricultural, excuse me, can you see it? Is it in a, sorry, I see something on my screen that's not showing up on yours. The National Agriculture Imagery Program. So when you hear us refer to the NAEP, this is coming from the US Department of Agriculture's program. And so basically the goal of their program is to make digital ortho photography available to government agencies and the public within a year of acquisition. And we've, as Montanans, we've relied solely on this program for our imagery program and just our main source of imagery. Basically, this is leaf on, so we don't really have the season to do leaf off in our state, but leaf on means they are collecting that imagery in times when the leaves are still in on the trees, plants are in bloom, and whatnot. And so again, this is a product that the Farm Service agencies across the US use heavily to analyze different types of agricultural types of programs. And so it's also used for disaster response. In some cases, you can use this as pre-event imagery depending upon the disaster and or when the imagery was collected and if it's available. It's essential for updating MSDI layers. A lot of folks use this as their base to start from. So whether we're collecting structures data, hydro data, transportation, land cover, it's a source that many geospatial professionals use to start their work so that you don't have to go out into the field. You can do a digital review before going and collecting field data. It's a little bit about the program. So I just, again, wanted to make this apparent that this was the geospatial maturity assessment back in 2021. This is done by the National States Geographic Information Council, NSGIC, that I represent Montana on. And basically, we wanted to show that, you know, we do not have an ortho imagery leaf off program. So we do get an F in that department.
Why don't we get an NA?
They chose not to do that this year. And so we've been working with them because some states are doing it. We've been working with NSGIC to kind of advocate for the Western states that have large land mass and so few people that perhaps this shouldn't be graded, but we're still in process of working on it. And ortho imagery relief on, we get a B because it's a federal led theme and we have the NAEP. But it brought our overall grade down to a B, which upset me. I know. We had an A before, or an A minus.
What, Aaron, real quick, what are the consequences of that? I mean, is it tied to any grant funding or federal funding or?
Yeah, I think eventually it will be tied to Geospatial Data Act. Yeah. Not yet. It's not tied to funding yet. So the 2021 NAEP by the numbers. So did everyone receive my email? I sent a massive email through our new system, and I think we've reached at least 800 some people. But this was the first collection, and I think I might be getting ahead of myself. Since this is the first collection, I think since 2013, where we actually had a full collect in 1 year. That's pretty impressive, and I can talk about what that means later. But it's 60 centimeters, 4 bands. The contractor that flew it is Hexagon. There's over 11,000 image tiles, and there's some more fun information about the size of the data that was collected, and then the dates that they were collected. So Montana's a huge state. There's a lot going on in the summers. Luckily, in 2021, we did not have smoke get in the way, which is impressive, especially for last year, nor did we have snow, which we have in years past. So the processing is a big deal. So this is kind of takes you through a high level overview of what our staff does to get the data ready for the public to have. So we receive the GeoTIFs from the USDA NRCS. We create a tile index layer if it's not provided, and we have been doing that recently. And then we run Python scripts that create jobs for the GeoExpress. So again, high level overview. We upload all the data to FTP site, and then also create these maps in ArcGIS Online for everyone to look at, to be able to download the right area or your area of interest, and then for just basic viewing alone. And in the past, we decided to move to an MRF file format in the managed services environment. And just recently, we worked with Esri on basically a training. So our staff would go through the process and learn the process to convert all the GeoTIFs to the MRF format. This is kind of high level overview of what we did. I'm not going to focus on that too long because I just got them started on it and said, here's your money, spend it. But basically this process is what we're going to, we hope to do in-house moving forward. And we used our Enterprise Advantage Program credits for those of you who are state agencies and are a part of our Esri ELA. That's something that you can, a similar project, if you do choose to invest in credits in the future, you could do with Esri. All right. So this is what the USDA NRCS provides, the 3-band natural color and color infrared county mosaics. The output format is Mr. SID generation 3. The projection is UTM/NAD83. And then the naming convention, they do charge a fee for imagery if you want to order it. And they do not provide historic access to historic NAEP. And so we wanted to, I guess, ensure the folks here that this is what MSL provides, and we are providing a service in addition to what the USDA provides. We provide the 4-band county mosaics. Our output format is Mr. SID generation 4. We use file names that are associated with the county. We have a viewer that anyone can look and browse all the NAEP imagery at once. You can download it directly, free of any kind of fee, from our FTP, or access our web services through the services that we provide or through ArcGIS Online. Again, we provide the quarter quad geotips for no fee. And we provide the index of seed line shape files for each year since 2005. You won't be able to find that with the feds right now. And then, of course, like I said, the image services. So we provide all of those since 2005. And the collects usually happen every 2 years. So like to align some of our accomplishments with the land plan priorities and the strategic plan. So here's what we've accomplished. According to what we're supposed to accomplish with the land plan is we've disseminated and hosted the statewide imagery data and services, which include the new 2021 data. We've been able to represent the state of Montana in discussions for imagery and to ensure that the NAEP program is still available for Montanans and for the US in general. If you recall, that program was kind of at risk a few years ago. We coordinate with MDT on a business case for state imagery repository. We're kind of at the very, very, very premature stages of that. We're coordinating with the Department of Revenue on their oblique imagery for the spring floods and created that flood hub, which, again, I'm getting ahead of myself here. And then, of course, coordinate with the DNRC on making sure their drone data was available in the spring for the spring floods. And then some of the accomplishments that line up under our strategic plan is we communicated the availability of this imagery with over 800 recipients, explored the new technology for imagery browser. We're developing best practices for imagery processing, storage, and dissemination, and then just continue to improve our collection. And again, coordinated with national and state partners for the flood hub. And I will click on that flood hub, which we're so excited about. I have it in several of my reports. So when the 2022 floods happened, I was in Cleveland. And unfortunately, so this was when they first started along the Yellowstone. We wanted to demonstrate that we could put something up fairly quickly. And I think it was quick for state government. It wasn't as quick as we would have liked it to be, but there was a call for some sort of repository to show this information to the public and then share it with other geospatial professionals. And, you know, I had folks from Missoula calling me and other folks calling me and saying, hey, what can we do? And we were basically just trying to coordinate and get people in contact with the right folks at the time is pretty much what we could do. We also were able to coordinate with the USGS to get an early release of LiDAR data for Park County. So in the future event of a flood or a disaster, you know, we can work with our federal partners to get some data released early. So that was good. And I know Park County was very anxious to have it. And then it was pretty, it was used during their flood to analyze what was happening. And so basically we've got our featured content here. The new imagery, Eagle View oblique imagery viewer that the Montana Department of Revenue is has invested in. The DNRC drone video and imagery viewer that Brett had demonstrated earlier. The Department of Transportation had flown data quite quickly, I think a day or two after the flood, and we worked with MDT to get that up and available for the public to use. And then of course, just the basic NAEP imagery available. And then we wanted to highlight other important information that one might use for reviewing the flood in their areas. And then we also basically did clips of important base MSDI layers that we thought would be relevant. We've archived cadastral for this specific event so that people can go back in time, because I'm sure that people are going to be dealing with this for a long time, but they know there's a snapshot in time for cadastral. Typically We archive cadastral annually, not monthly. And so that was one thing we wanted to make sure that was available. And then also some of these other important data. And then we made individual county resources. So the ones that were impacted, we made sure that we had what is called these cards, that the information could be grabbed quite quickly. So you have countywide, the actual flood zone itself, and then statewide data resources. And we hosted a webinar, and we did some online training that is also available. That is what I have to show with the imagery. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions online for Aaron about the imagery program? I just wanted to ask maybe Genevieve if she wouldn't put a link in the chat to where people can sign up to those Gov Delivery announcements that Aaron mentioned. The State Library is making use of Gov Delivery to do a lot of the announcements coming out of the JS coordination and MSDI work. So encourage you, if you're not signed up to receive those updates, to sign up through the link that Genevieve's going to share with you.
Just have a quick question. Did you
Mhm.
get any feedback, Aaron, from local governments in particular on what worked well or what could have done different or better?
With the actual flood?
Yeah,
No, I don't think we've had we could reconvene. The MAGIP special interest group, local government meets, I think it's monthly now. And that is something we could bring up and put on the next agenda. I know we were just trying to help where we could at the time. And there was a lot of requests for data coming at us by not only local government, but private entities as well. I know that Park County was quite grateful to get the LiDAR data early. Yeah. Do you have any feedback, Lee? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think it's a good template, or at least next disaster that happens, we can use a similar template for the workflow that we did set up. And kind of the lessons learned there. But I will reach out to the local governments and see if they have any feedback.
Hey, Aaron, this is Brandy.
Go ahead, Brandy.
Thanks. First of all, we can't hear any of the participants on the other side of the table. So Lee, when you were talking, couldn't hear anything. Second, I saw that the state of Montana, like the governor's office, released a floodrecovery.mt.gov. I think that's the website. I can put it in there. It'd be really cool if we could get a link, if MSDI could have a link from there to that data, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Brandy, I forgot about the mic.
It's okay.
What I was saying was that I had a staff member that was on the incident response team down in Red Lodge, and how critical it was to be able to leverage the data from the MSDI and any of these resources as quickly as the library was pushing them out.
Eric?
And then I guess my response would have been on the local government side. I think in a disaster case like that, where you'd hear any commentary would be when those incident command folks convene for their hot wash or how they responded to the disaster. So, that'd be your DES folks and things like that, that would probably have that level of feedback in terms of the data made available to them and whatnot. That's I think. And then my second one, in your emails out is, Cause I get two, I'll get it from Megip listserv, and then I get it from the state library for is that the list that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. I just decide which one I keep in my inbox at any given moment.
Yeah. Did you use any imagery with the response here up on the Mount Helena?
I never got a call. I mean, I watched it. I went up to my office and had that front row view, type of thing, but we never got a call for anything. Stuff like that, when it's happening that fast, we got a call from Matt staff. It's usually the sheriff's office that will be responding. And in the case of the one here on Mount Helena, I mean, it was pretty much a given, Mansion District and anything west or anything east of that area was going to have to go if it reached a certain point, So, but no, I mean, I got some great pictures of those tankers coming through. So, but no, we didn't have anything like that. I'm follow-up imagery would be interesting to see, in terms of for mapping purposes for what areas were actually impacted. It's actually pretty interesting in the North Hills. You can see the retardant drop from that North Hills fire. You can see that in the Rembrandt, when you zoom out, because that was, I think 2019 NAPE is where you could see that line of retardant. So.
You can still see it up on the hill here. On
Well,
Mount Helena.
Oh, on Mount Helen, yeah, that'll still be there until rain or snow washes it off, I'm pretty certain. So.
Has DNRC taken any flights up there since the fire?
We have not. We're, aside from the flood response, we've been limited to state trust land for all of our operations. So not for that one in particular. We did, for what it's worth, just use our most recent acquisition, which is multispectral sensor to fly the Elmo fire up by Flathead Lake.
Oh.
Just to, again, begin some sort of R&D and consider return on investment for those sensor types and what they might bring to the table for us.
Cool.
Great. Any other questions or discussions online about the imagery update? Hearing none, we'll move on to the coordinator's report.
Okay. So some of the things I want to go over are high level, our strategic goals update, our outreach and training activities, a 911 update, a LiDAR update, RTN, flood, geo-enabled elections, and NISJIC. Just a little, just a few. So as a reminder, here are the strategic goals that were adopted back in April. And so it is the first goal we kind of tackled for business plan is the improved communications with geospatial stakeholders. The next goal is develop policies and best practices for geospatial data. These were prioritized by our committee that went through the strategic planning process. So I should have said that first, but then goal 5 is create and strengthen partnerships. Goal 4, continue to improve the collection, maintenance, and dissemination of our land information, and then finally improve coordination within the library. And here is the updates to date. So you guys, the council had adopted or endorsed the strategic plan in April. The commission the following week approved the strategic plan, and we finalized the communications business plan with Actio, our contractor, in June, and then immediately started working on developing the next, well, actually we went into contract with them for them to help us develop the remaining business plans, and then started drafting the business plan for creating and strengthening partnerships, which is a little out of order from what we had talked about, but they saw that as a one that we could get done quickly versus a bigger, deeper dive with policies and best practices for geospatial data. So here are the 4 objectives that have come out of the business plan that we will start implementing soon. Objective 1 is to define audiences and appropriate communication methods and content that are determined for each audience. Incoming communication pathways for support requests and public inquiries are clearly defined. And then our web content is structured for ease of use and discoverability. And then an event schedule maintained. So those are our 4 objectives that we'll be starting working on soon. Some of the outreach and training activities that we have participated in is we had a grant training back at the end of July for just basic grant management for our grantees, both the new ones to the FY23 grantees, and then any grantee that is an extended grant. And then we had some local government visits, visited the city of Bozeman, county of Bighorn, Choteau County. We attended the Montana Association Clerk and Recorders and Election Administrators annual conference in Choteau. It was a fascinating conference. We presented to the folks. The last day was the Elections Administration Day, and we presented on our Geo-enabled elections project. That's a group of folks we've been trying to work with for a while, and I think it's the start of a good partnership and a new relationship. So we're really excited to be able to attend that conference. We had the webinar on the 2022 floods hub once we had that released. And then Michael Fashaway, Bob Cochran were able to attend the local chapters of APCO and NENA just recently to promote the work that we're doing for the Next Gen 911. And Megan is in the process of doing a field tour of the Blackfeet Reservation with the Montana Watershed Coordination Council right now. So she is working with them. And then next week, Brandy, myself, and Matt Trebish will be attending the National States Geographic Information Council annual meeting in Portland. Pretty excited about that. I'll be presenting on our LiDAR experiences to date. At the LiDAR workshop, there's a GIO Academy, and trying to highlight some of the other things. I've been on a team to help promote geospatial, women in geospatial leadership, and then the Western States Caucus, kind of a group of Western States coordinators and GIOs to bring attention to our unique challenges that we have in the West. Some of the upcoming county visits we're going to be doing would be Powder River, Macomb, Custer, and Flathead. And if there's time, perhaps Judith Basin and Valley. And then when we get back from NISDIC, we will turn around and head to Billings for Mako. It overlaps with the Association of Planners. And so some of our staff will be attending the planning conference. Some of us will be attending Mako. And then we will turn around and come, as soon as we come back from Billings, go to Kalispell for the League of Cities and Towns Conference. And I haven't attended one of those probably in 3 years. So excited to get back in person with the League of Cities and Towns. And then Troy and possible some other staff will be attending American Water Resources Association annual meeting. I did not type that out. In October in Butte.
Was there any feedback about the grant training? How many participants were there?
I think there were 12 that had, I didn't see the results of the survey. But yeah, we sent out the survey, the standard MSL survey, and I guess we'll see. Yeah. I don't know. Michael, are you on the line? Do you want to give the 911 initiative update?
Hi, yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I can give an update. You have the slide before you. We've been working on the cloud-based validation and aggregation tool. As a reminder, that contract was awarded to One Spatial back in February. Up until just the last couple of weeks, we were working on implementation. And just earlier this week, we started onboarding users. So we held a training on Tuesday, one spatial led it, for 6 early adopter counties. And those are Blaine, Carbon, Choteau, Lewis and Clark, Macomb, and Teton. And basically the goal behind that is just, it's, if anything, more to help Bob and I understand the needs counties and PSAPs will have to start using the system. So just kind of getting their feedback and seeing what their experience is like. We anticipate holding another online training and opening up the service for the rest of the PSAPs and counties in October. As we've been doing all that, mostly Bob has been assisting a number of cities and counties with various GIS workflows and tools and advice on improving and maintaining their 911 GIS data sets. So some of those are Butte Silverbow, City of Bozeman, Cascade County, Gallatin County, Great Falls, Powder River, Teton, and Yellowstone. And we've had additional just conversations and such with Fergus, Glacier, and Lincoln counties. With that, I take any questions if you have any.
Thanks, Michael.
Here is a LiDAR update. So you can see that the blue is in progress on your screen in front of you, and then the green is completed. So that empty space is getting smaller and smaller. Pretty excited about that. And we have about 88% of in the status of completed or in progress. We are on track to have statewide completion by 24-25, which is pretty incredible given that we didn't even think it was possible in 2017. And so a big thanks to our funding partners, the NRCS, the US Forest Service, the BLM, Fish, Wildlife and Service, and the USGS. So we are always looking for partners. We work a lot with local government and get their input and funds if they have them available. We've worked with tribes in the past as well. Haven't had a lot of input or financial partnership with state agencies. Well, we've had input from state agencies, excuse me. We just haven't had a lot of funding made available for this, but we are, if you do have funding available, we're still here for it. And that's apart from the larger grants that the DNRC had won from FEMA to begin this process. So still moving forward. We'll just continue to submit the requests through the 3-DEP program and continue to work on getting statewide LiDAR. Any questions about that? Here is an RTN update. So if you do not have the link, it's up there, mtsrn.org. We're still under a pilot project, and use of the network is free until December 31st of this year. So feel free to get in there and test it. I don't know, local governments, you know, we've had presentations. We can continue to have presentations, but that might be something you might be interested in doing. Test it out before it goes to a subscription-based model, but then we'll be doing that subscription-based model for cost recovery to ensure that we have a sustainable network in the future. We have 5 subnets connecting 55 base stations, which includes 40 cores, CMAP on the back. Forgot to take that out. That was from something different. And CMAP on the right, should say. And then we'll have several new stations on board in October. And we are looking for partnership for any organization that's interested in providing a complete base station or site or receiver. Mike, did you want to add anything? MDT is an integral partner.
I'm assuming some of the additional sites that you list up there are some of MDT's sites, because we're adding a few sites. The question maybe is from a statewide coverage perspective, have you guys talked about when that, what the time frame for that is?
Not that I am aware of. Let's see if Kazi or
The questions come up. I was just
Yeah.
curious, and I meant to ask Evan, but I thought I'd just ask here today, and others might be interested too.
Kazi's on the line. Kazi, do you have an estimated timeline of full coverage for the state of Montana?
We don't, currently I don't envision any timeline for that, because that's going to be in the process, depending on the demand and the population center, and the availability of the sites. So we just cannot impose a time frame right now, but we will make sure that the efficient use of the existing nodes and the available nodes within a year to cover most of the crucial areas. I mean, most of the important areas, significant areas that most of the surveyors or most of the agencies use our network.
Thank you.
Is Dan's hand up?
Yes, it is. And I'm probably getting the cart before the horse a little bit here. But obviously I'm excited about the prospect of wrapping the LDPs into this program. And I guess my main question, and probably it's too soon to know, but is there room in the subscription prices to wrap in something like completion and maintenance of the LDPs? I guess really, is there room? Has that subscription cost been set yet, or is it still in the works? That's my question.
Dan, yeah, it's still in the works, and I think there's opportunity for us to think about what that subscription, when we think about the subscription covering the full cost of the network, if there are sort of related costs, I think that's something that our stakeholder group would want to think about. In terms of the subscription-based model, we have submitted legislation to the governor's office that's necessary for us to have an enterprise fund that allows us to charge subscriptions and use that revenue to fund the service. So I think it's likely that we'll push that deadline of December 31st to move out of pilot stage and start charging until after we have the approved legislation that would allow us to collect and spend that revenue. So we've probably got a little bit of a buffer there. And then we'll go through the rate setting process to set those subscription rates. So Dan, to your question, I think there's time to have that conversation.
Okay. And then I'll just offer help on the legislation if you need it.
Thank you.
Other questions? Kazi, would you like to add anything else?
For now, we are on the right track. MDT is working hard, I would say, to put us on the right track so that we can have a sustainable model in future. Regarding the installation of stations, we are working on along with MDT, with MDT basically, and our partner, the tribal, tribal areas. Yeah, we are on the right track right now. That's what I would say right now.
Awesome. Thank you, Connie. And I just wanted to show you the flood hub, and I already did, so that's in there. We've already done that. Moving on. And this is just a screenshot of our dashboard for geo-enabling elections. I will pull that up. I thought I would pull that up. So we've reported on our partnership with the Secretary of State's office and local governments to collect the data necessary to support the geo-enabling Montana's elections. And this is what I want to show you. So we have sent 53, I guess this guy down here in the corner, which I think I can maximize. We have sent 53 out of 56. We've sent something for every county over to the Secretary of State's office. So we only have 3 counties that are remaining. It's pretty impressive with all the hard work that staff has done. So we're really excited about that. In addition to the precinct split, so zoom in to Helena. Here we go. So a precinct split is, you could think of it as a ballot. So it's the equivalent of a ballot. And so these are the boundaries that that local governments use, and then the Secretary of State's use in the election processes to assign balloting. What's more important on here, and we don't have on here right now, is the addressing. And so we've been working to improve addresses. And one of the major goals of the project was to not recreate a whole new address theme. We have one for next gen, and to use that as the authoritative data layer that would inform processes both at the local level and the state level. And so we've been working to fill in the gaps where addresses might seem old. Best practices for addresses work for next gen. They don't necessarily work for elections. For example, if you look out in northeastern Montana, you will have a address point at the road and then a mile-long driveway. And in between that mile-long driveway could be an election boundary. And so we are working to encourage all local governments to update their addresses, structure points, to be on the structure itself. And so it's one MSDI data set for all. And so this process, we will inform local governments of new addresses that might appear. And then also the next gen data will inform the elections processes. So really great project to be working on. We're really making headway. If you are with local government, please know that we are we have a big push for collecting addresses, and we hope to do that by December, so then we can put that into the state's new election system.
What is a duplicate count?
Duplicate count. Counties with duplicate splits. That is the geography is in there twice. And so we're cleaning that up so that there's no more duplicates. And why that occurs, I don't know. Eric, could you explain that? Like duplicates?
You're talking duplicate splits?
Yeah.
I'd have to see an example. I mean, I know we have a couple, where, say, I can't remember off the top of my head, but like precinct 16, it may be the same precinct, but then internally there's a split just because it's geographically, it's more useful for them to be in a split for, say, it's just for the colonial, the Hunter's Point, that's the voting place for that location, even though all of precinct 16 votes at DOT, or it used to, you know,
Mm-hmm.
type of thing. And so there, you have little things like that where geography comes into play. Take north, you know, Augusta versus Wolf Creek. You know, there's a huge precinct up there, but they're split between going to the Dearborn Center, you know, Dearborn Community Center versus going up to the Augusta Community Center. So those are, you know, it's a single precinct, but there's this imaginary line that splits voters. And so we've gone through that process where we've actually created those boundaries, physical boundaries, and submitted that back. But yeah, things like that. That might be what you're talking about when you have those duplicate splits. That might be what's being referenced.
Thanks, Eric.
And I do believe, just real quick.
Dan?
Hopefully this is just real quick, but for the precinct, the new mapping, I'm gonna call it, are there legal descriptions required? And if so, who's writing those?
Define new mapping.
Well, the mapping that you just showed us are part of the district mapping effort, I guess, and that I've been involved with Glacier County a little bit, has been trying to interpret old legal descriptions and get them on a modern map, and then see what needs to be done with the individual precincts. And the discussion goes way beyond this project, but looking at the map, I just curious, are the written legal descriptions a thing of the past when it comes to things like precincts?
No. So I'm trying to find the presentation here. I can show a slide. Okay. So here's a list of the 34 election districts that we have in the state of Montana. And so you probably recognize most of these. And basically those are attached to some administrative boundary, and those administrative boundaries should have legal descriptions. So it's not
Got
a thing
it.
past.
Yeah, okay.
And when we can't get legal descriptions, we'll get anything. You know, we take anything like a map on the wall. And it's a
Yeah.
lot of back and forth with local government to make sure we have the data correct.
Gotcha, okay. I guess just feedback from being a user of district boundaries, and I got a call from Madison County that was wanting advice on how to handle their emergency service districts, if you will, or mapping, and they had it in their policy that they had to have a written legal description with those boundaries. And so I'm, again, just kind of thinking out loud, since the mapping is getting so advanced, and you know, for the intent of the boundary districts on stuff like this, do we really need, and I'm just throwing it out there for people to noodle on, but do we really need written legal descriptions anymore? So I know that I'm getting us way off base, so I'll shut up.
One distinction that I would make, and not being a GIS professional, somebody should tell me to shut up if I'm totally wrong, but I think we're talking in this case about voted on districts that were established by a legal process, a resolution, a vote of the citizens in those districts to form. And most of those processes, an election or a resolution, defined the legal boundary of the district. And so therefore there is a legal description, and that might be different from other kinds of boundaries. I don't know about emergency response, but unless there's some kind of formal legal process that in this case involves a ballot process, I think those are in some cases kind of different entities with likely different sort of legal ramifications.
The boundaries that are up here listed on the screen that we're already currently collecting, most of those appear in statute, and a legal description is defined. That needs to be, a legal description is defined in statute. Most of them, I'm not sure off the top of my head, the ones that are bolded. And so so essentially you have your state boundary, you have your county boundary, your school district's boundary. So the more boundaries you have, the more precincts and precinct splits you're going to have. And I don't know if every piece of legislation that outlines these boundaries, I think it is in statute that a legal description is needed.
Yeah, and then, back to the Glacier County example, that, with regard to the question about what's a split, I was just trying to guess, because I know in that county, what they did is they had tried to describe their districts using the cadastral, and they literally had houses that were split in half, according to the cadastral layers. So it's just interesting to me.
Yeah.
And who's providing the legal description is, for, again, as a representative of the survey organization, statutes kind of clear on who can provide legal descriptions, at least for land title purposes, which in my opinion, voting districts and things like emergency districts or fire districts, those aren't, or even hunting districts, those aren't land title authoritative boundaries. But I was just curious, if people are updating legal descriptions or if the old ones just hold.
We asked for the most recent version of a legal description if they are available. In some cases, they are not.
Michael, you had something you wanted to add?
Oh, I was just gonna comment that, and I think that's kind of where you were going, Jenny. There, in terms of 911 and emergency response, from a purely 911 call routing perspective, like the boundaries that are used, for example, the PSAP boundary. So that's the public safety answering point, essentially where the call is routed to which 911 center. Those are not and do not have to be legal descriptions. Those are purely, or they only need to be agreed upon by all the governments and entities involved. So they don't have to be based on legals.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michael.
I can step through what it looks like. So this was again, from a different presentation, but we've got 3 different types of districts here that all hold an election, and you have basically 7 splits that come out of this. And so if I can just step through, so you've got school district 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 fire district, 1 water district, and then you just basically it's like a cookie cutter. What is the geospatial tool? It's a clip. Union, intersect, yeah.
Clip, union,
There's always
intersect.
5 ways to get
Yeah.
there
I
with
feel so
GIS.
confident with our GIS professionals.
I mean, isn't it? There's always 5 ways to get there.
Oh, yeah, all 5 of us will have a different way of getting there.
Right,
so.
yeah. We'll all get to the same. Yeah, exactly. And so basically, this is what it looks like. So let's say this is, the mythical land of geo-enabled elections. And basically each of these represents a ballot that gets sent out. So the people living in school district 1, well, they're not covered by a fire district or a school or a water district. In this very first one, so school 1 up here, so it starts to look kind of like Swiss cheese. So they would receive one ballot. So let's see, I think there's a way I can like highlight my mouse. Spotlight. Anyway, and then the second shape right here that says Water One, SCH1, they would receive a different ballot because they'd be voting in for the water district and then the school district. And then it gets more complicated. You know, well, I guess the fire district did not overlap, but you can see it does it in one of them. Anyway, you can see how then it perpetuates depending upon what district overlaps at the time. So anyway, that's just, I know there are some places in the state where it's close with election districts splitting houses. It's very common in other states. It's extremely common. And we're kind of lucky here that we have less people, less dense populations. And the one thing we've been working on since when I was the admin theme back in the day, admin boundaries theme, is basically to create boundaries, a best practice to create boundaries based on the PLSS when possible, or existing geographic data sets, not fences that dilapidate over time, or barn doors, or things that you can't see on imagery, stuff like that. So, and then lastly, I just wanted to bring up the events, NSGIC upcoming conferences. So Brandy Holstein and I and Matt Trevish will be headed to Portland next week, and the mid-year meeting will be in Pittsburgh in February. It's a great time to be in Pittsburgh. I questioned them on that one because I grew up like, I don't know, 90 miles from there. And then New Orleans next fall, followed by Virginia and Texas. So I will ask for folks interested to go to Pittsburgh with me in very cold time of year, and then also for New Orleans, and try to get those planned in advance. So anyone interested, please just let me know. It's a great opportunity. Lastly, I think Genevieve had sent out an email to invite all council members to become NSGIC members under our current level of membership. And I wanted to point out on there, and I'd be happy to send this along to you. For those of you that are not familiar with a type, I mean, we have all walks of professions on this council. And if you need more information on a specific theme that we're covering, NSGIC did these series, the 101 GIS 101 series, and they have imagery and redistricting, transportation, geo-enabled elections, next gen, addresses. So if you're interested, I can send these to you. They're recorded seminars, and it might just help you have a better understanding of what we're talking about here when we start to geek out on certain things, because we do. And I think that's it. Am I on the agenda again? Next. Okay, good.
I'll do a quick financial report to let you catch your breath. Thanks. I'll let Genevieve just bring up the financial report. This was our FY22 fourth quarter, so year-end financial report. The first is just a quick overview of the collections in the land information advisory, land information account. You'll note the continuing upward trend. I did want to highlight that don't be concerned about the drop off that you see there. That's just as we draw down the revenue to cover our expenses at the state library and the grant funds that are awarded through this account. Those typically show up in the latter portion of the fiscal year. So that reflects the drop off, but you see the upward trend there, both as we experienced during the pandemic, and then the increase in the overall recordation fee amount that went into effect July 1 of 2022. So we're hovering right around a $1.5 million balance in the account right now. So some positive revenue there, especially as a result of the increase in the MLI recordation fee. And then we just provided for you a table with all of the summary information about how those dollars were expended in the last fiscal year. We ended the fiscal year with little less than $275,000 of appropriation that we did not spend in the fiscal year. A lot of that was tied to our operations costs being lower, primarily due to lack of travel because of the pandemic. So you'll see some savings in nearly all of our operational budgets, including this council's budget. We saved about 33,000 in this council's budget. And then the other most significant place where we underspent was in the one-time only appropriation for the real-time network. We had received some one-time only monies, about 450,000 each year of the biennium of one-time only monies from the balance of the MLA account to help us migrate and stand up the real-time network here in Montana. And we were able to hire Kazi last December. So we had about 6 months of savings in the coordinator position, and then some lower than expected operating costs. So that's where the primary savings is. Again, this is really appropriation. Any money that's not spent just remains in the MLI account and can be spent in future years, assuming that we have the legislative appropriation to do so. And one of our other budget requests that we've put forward to the governor is some continued one-time only authority to help us continue to build out the real-time network as we're developing this subscription-based model that I mentioned previously. Any questions about the financial report? And Erin will provide the grant update.
Yep, thank you. We had, I do not have anything to put in front of you, but we had one extended grant from Bighorn County that we are closing. We had a special second year extension because he had indicated that he needed a little extra time to get that done, but we are working on closing that out. And we had roughly only 2 of the FY 2022, 2 out of 12 close and complete in this past fiscal year. Some of those were considered the off-cycle grants and they're still in progress. So not extended yet. We've got 4 out of the 12 that were part of that off-cycle year. So they're kind of in a funky timeline. And then we're just working with the rest, the remaining 6 to make sure we get those closed out this year. And then we started the fiscal year with the training for managing grants. We see that that's a real need of our grant recipients, just having basic management training, grant management training, what's expected. And we awarded, this is just a reminder, the 8 grants, and we've had all those signed. It takes a while sometimes, and one I don't know, in the past week and a half, we got the project signed, which is, you know, one of the reasons why there is a delay, and there usually is a need for extension. Sometimes it takes a while for these grants to get signed at the local government level. And so we're on track. Otherwise, we are no longer using the Amplifund system. It was too onerous for our grant recipients to maintain and for a staff to maintain. We have built a system in the interim to collect quarterly reports with Survey 123 and ArcGIS Hub. And we are looking at other services that are out there and available right now. They're all a little too costly for our very small grant program. So I know ServiceNow is one of them. Commerce is developing some things we might be able to utilize in the future. We looked at Submittable. Other agencies are using that, but it's just too costly again for the overall program. So the application might go back to a paper version. So perhaps maybe survey 1, 2, 3, kind of where we're at. That's all I have for that. Let's see.
Questions for Aaron about the grant report?
Just a comment. And Aaron, maybe this is something I don't want to drag the whole committee through, but we're experiencing some similar challenges, and I have some ideas that might help, especially given the relatively small dollar amount and investment we want to make in it. So before we go to paper, let's visit more.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not going to go to paper, but we'll figure out. We need to figure out something. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Any other questions or comments about the grant report? All right. Moving on to our next action item. We have an action item to elect our MEGIP council representative, representing this council on the MEGIP board. Of course, we had the report from MEGIP earlier in the meeting. So Erin, I'll let you take this agenda item.
Sure. So, and then Eric, if you want to jump in as well as being on the council. Cannot remember the date I'm looking at here. It was about a year, was it 2020. The MEGIP board decided to take the MLIAC representative off of their board or put it on as an ex officio. And we had worked with them it was something that we had talked about at the council to make that a voting member position again. And so this past spring, they went ahead and with the new board and they went and put that on the ballot for the association to vote on, and they voted in favor of it. And so basically this makes this position a voting member back on council, or a council position, a voting member back on the MEGIP board. And so we've always had this partnership since the inception of the council and the beginning of MEGIP. And so Eric, you have been the ex officio member since we had voted on that. I don't have the date on that, over a year now. And I think you had volunteered to continue in that position if you felt interested. And that's basically what we would need to take action on today, is to ratify that you are still that position. And especially now that it's a voting.
Yeah, I'm more than willing to maintain that position, but I'm also willing to step aside if there are others that are interested, that others that would like to get involved more with both MLIA and MEGIP at the same time. I mean, I've been on MEGIP since dawn. So, yeah, there's others that might have interest, I'm willing to step aside and let those folks have it. But at the same token, I'm here for the serve as the council's member on MEGIP.
I will put out just a brief call for any other nominations for the council rep to the MEGIP board. Hearing none, is there a motion to accept Eric Spangenberg as the council rep to the MEGIP board?
So move.
Is there a second?
A second.
Lee second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Eric, thank you. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, and
who made the first motion for the record?
Brandon.
Brandon, thank you.
And so serving that role, and I did this initially when Megap was looking at their fee structure. I guess I just want to make sure if there's things like that that come up, personally, I don't have a problem, as a Megap member, I would vote in favor of any change to the fee structure because it's been that way since dawn as well, but from the council's perspective, I'd want to make sure that I'm representing you guys. And so when that came up, I made sure I reached out to Jenny and to Aaron just to get their opinions. And then, they've been Aaron's been as part of the work group there talking about some of the membership fees that Megap's looking at. So I'll just maintain that type of relationship so that I'm being sure to vote how the council would like to see a vote go versus how I would personally vote type of thing. So
Appreciate that, Eric. Oh, Dan?
I just have a question that, first of all, would support, I think you guys are long overdue to raise your fees, especially how active you are. From a morals perspective, I'm trying to think about the way that how we handle this is our membership elects Milliap liaison pretty much after they get appointed, I think is how it works. But so I guess what you guys ended up with, Majip ended up with the policy, it's kind of the other way around. You get appointed to the Milliac council, and then you're a representative upon the Majip board, representing the council. Is that, I'm understanding that correctly?
It goes both ways.
Okay. Gotcha. So he's double, you're double duty.
So in legislation, there are 2 representatives that are appointed by the governor to serve on the council, and they are from a professional organization, a geospatial professional organization. As it stands now, Megap is the only one active in the state. ERISA could pop up eventually, which is a national organization, and that could be another one that would be eligible. It just has to be a professional association that represents geospatial interests in Montana. And then from this council, we put someone on Megap's board.
Yeah, okay. Awesome. I think that's, just to kind of share, we've got a morals board meeting later this month, and that's definitely something I need to share with our membership, because that kind of makes more sense than the way we're doing it. So thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, moving on. We're going to hold our land plan discussion in a work session after the adjournment. So unless there's any questions about the land plan process at this point, we'll go ahead and hold that discussion here in just a couple of minutes. Erin has already addressed the NISJIC meetings and conferences that are coming up in her GIS coordination report. So I will go ahead and ask if there is any public comment. Is there any public comment or business or announcements from council members? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and adjourn. It looks like 1 minute before planned adjournment, so bravo. And then we're going to use the remainder of our time. I know Erin needs to leave about 2:45. Is that what you told me? 2:30 to have a discussion about the land plan. As Erin said earlier in the meeting, we moved to more of a process last year where instead of doing a wholesale rewrite of the land plan, we want to look at what is currently written in the land plan, consider what is still relevant to achieving our ongoing goals, and what, if anything, may need to be changed. And for some of our new council members who might not be familiar with this process, our goal is to publish a draft land plan right around the 1st of October, in order to allow for about a 30-day public comment period, and then have a chance for this council to review any public comments that are received during that period. We will sometimes hold a special virtual meeting if public comments are received, so that you have a chance to consider those before then the final version of the land plan will be presented for your endorsement at your November meeting. So that's kind of the timeline for the next 2 months. Aaron, if you would walk us through the current land plan. Sure. The public meeting is adjourned. Yep. Why don't we just to capture any comments? Thanks. So, this is our current land plan for FY23. And Lee and I have had some discussions about aligning the strategic plan with the land plan. So it's gonna be hard because we don't have enough screens. But I think you've all seen at least pieces of the strategic plan. I probably don't have it in front of you. I have some copies if anybody wants one. But basically, the major pieces of the land plan that we need to update annually would be the priority section. And those would be the priorities of this council, grants, and MFDI, and then in general geospatial coordination. And so we're kind of at this turning point where we have a 5-year strategic plan. We're talking about perhaps changing things in legislation, but we still have 1 more year that we have to at least get something out the door to hit all of our timelines. According to statute, we have to have a land plan in place so that we can set the priorities in order for us to start the grant program on January 15th. And that not only has to be endorsed by this council, it also has to be approved by the commission. And I think the commission meets in December. So by the next council meeting, we have to have something in place. And so here are the priorities for the council. These have not changed over the past few years. We have them listed here. I don't know if we want to go through them. I think you probably are all pretty familiar with these priorities by now. They've been endorsed over the years. I know there are some folks who are new to them, but I didn't know what your thoughts were, if we want to try to continue to carry this forward for the council's priorities, or reduce, or remove, replace. The first one is develop policy recommendations, legislative priorities. So we are going to be working on that with this working group for this fiscal year. I think there's always the possibility to review policy and legislative priorities every year. We are going through the process of identifying theme stakeholders as a part of our strategic plan. That might not get done next fiscal year. No, I'm sorry, that will be done this fiscal year. So by the next fiscal year, we would use those. There's summary documents outlining information collected. I'm not sure
we've never got to that. Identify requirements on statutes. I'm sure we've ever accomplished C. Definitely always evaluating the grant program, working with the subcommittee. And then, I think everyone in their role as the council and their roles individually help educate and support coordination in the state. I guess by Brandy attending Mischief with me and other events that you folks might attend, like Mayep. That's how it's laid out currently.
Aaron, I know we talked about the alignment of this with what's in statute. Can you refresh our memory of the statute? Is that, can you just reel that off at the tip of your tongue? Or is it?
How these align?
I think one of the things that was pointed out in our earlier discussion about the statute is that the statute identifies this council as advisory. And so there was some discussion earlier about the statute's clear that this is an advisory council and their duties are advisory. The council also pointed out that the statute has some conflicting language, including language about promoting coordination as well as advocacy. And so I think it sounded from the discussion earlier as if the council is interested in looking at how the language is worded in statute to be clear about the advisory function versus some of the language around advocacy work. And I think the language that's in the land plan is kind of further evidence of the blurring of what those responsibilities are.
Okay.
So this is where I think you're talking about the,
Thank you.
yeah, the duties.
Yep.
Some of them are in ARM.
Thank you. Have you taken a look, I'm trying to do it off the top of my head, of how those priorities align with the priorities that we identified in the strategic plan?
No, not yet. I mean, but they are.
Was what I
They're-
planned to do, but I
yeah,
didn't get a chance to.
Yeah. No, we have not done that yet, but I mean, I don't. Some of the first priority for the communication, and that's kind of like kind of getting our internal house in order for making sure that we're communicating effectively, that the website is navigable, pathways for people making requests. We get a lot of requests for information, and kind of modernizing and streamlining those processes. But it's right now we're diving into also the strategic partners or developing partnerships that aligns. That I think I would assume that would align very well with some of the duties outlined in statute for the council. And then just policies and best practices, developing those. We get a lot of requests for geospatial governance models, information. We have a lot of best practices like that are unwritten and not adopted currently. And so working on formalizing those best practices for all the MSDI geospatial data sets. And that would align very well with what the council would be doing, working on those working groups, and then as a part of developing some of those policies and best practice and giving advice to the library on those.
So I guess that's what I would like to see is how, if there's any adjustments that we would want to make to those priorities in the land plan that reflect how we can support the strategic plan. And I think it'd be pretty simple.
Yeah, and I did ask AppGeo
much of a
to
change,
join us today, but I don't think they could. They've had a big shakeup this week. AppGeo was purchased by Sanborn. Yeah, it's a big thing. They're still gonna be AppGeo, but anyway, I think they have some recommendations, and as a part of our business plan building, I think that I would ask for that to help us align those as well. Is there a certain structure you would like to see like in the document itself?
Even just like a kind of a crosswalk.
Just leave it on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I've got this cough. I don't want to leave it on. You know, even if, yeah, even just a little bit of a crosswalk in parentheses or something, to make sure that we identify what objectives those, the priorities, those match in the.
It-
in the plan.
So if I'm just trying to follow maybe a citation of where this comes from in statute.
And
I was-
maybe and or the strategic plan.
Yeah, it could be both. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, Dan, I was talking more strategic plan, but you're right. That's a good point. It can come both ways there.
Yeah. I like your suggestion of a citation.
We could also put some of the major objectives under the business plans we currently have developed. And then just the greater task list that we have out of the strategic plan into some things that we would be working on this year.
And again, and I would encourage us not to get the land plan so detailed.
Right.
Because like you said, we've never achieved item 1C. You know, so do we go to that level? Or do we reevaluate that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when we were having these discussions with FGO, which, you know, they have on our team, they have years of experience. They asked me, well, how many people read the land plan? And I was like, I wish I had a better idea. But they also complimented on, they thought it was a well-written document that helped line out the priorities, especially for grants in the council and MSDI. So keeping that, I think, is extremely important.
I guess I have the same question about the strategic plan, Aaron, and I really like your idea of making the two documents one. Or at least really reflecting each other in I don't know, in a more clear way. Because I mean, with any strategic plan, and we spent good money to get it done, right? And it's a great document, but how do you make that a living document? This land plan for me, you know, just my experience on the council so far is this is the document that I want to be most familiar with because it's our land plan, right? But now we have a strategic document, so which one's not going to get read? You know, that's where my mind's going.
Yep. Well, and wow, I had this really clear in my head before I turned my mic on. Coming back to the conversation about statute and the point that the council is advisory, what pieces of the strategic plan that are those priorities that have some kind of a business plan or that have clear objectives to can the library best benefit from that advisory role from us? So that's where I would pick those from. You know, and maybe it's these that are listed here. I think they line up pretty closely. But just to take a few minutes to evaluate that and ensure that coming at it from that advisory perspective of we're not going to do that work of the strategic plan, but what pieces can we help advise on and provide some input for?
I think that's a really great point. Sorry, I'm scrolling through this, making you all sick. Where is that one little? Here we go. I think that, yeah, developing policies and best practices and creating and strengthening partnerships. I think those are the two goals. And then of course, continued improvement of the MSDI and land information in general. I think that those three out of the 5 would probably benefit the most with council input. So we could figure out how we would align that to just next year's land plan.
There was a point that I want to make, and I don't think it's different from what you're saying. I think it's just maybe a little bit, kind of a little bit more detailed or nuanced in how we think about that. If you could scroll up just a hair, Erin. So for example, B and, or I guess maybe, well, B and C in particular, I think we had this grand vision of kind of doing a more holistic look at MSDI and the partners and funding and then identifying stakeholders and contributors. I think probably what is more realistic is doing that kind of work at a point in time when we understand and are looking at what the priorities are that the council and the state library is working on, whether it's a lighter or LDP or RTN or, you know, when we did the kind of last real review of who was using MSDI in the water information system, we did that kind of statutory review to help garner some legislative reports. So I think maybe keeping in mind that there's some best practices there rather than goals. And I'm thinking specifically about the flood event and the flood hub and how much information we're garnering about the different MSDI themes that are being used by whom. That's great data that we can be capturing at a point in time and just having a best practice that says when these kinds of events occur, we're gonna take the time to capture that kind of data for our purposes rather than making it an unachievable goal in the land plan.
Any more feedback on the priorities for the council? Okay, priorities for the grants. I honestly don't see these changing anytime soon. I think that they're written in a way that encompasses some of the major initiatives that are going on in our state for geospatial data development to support Next Gen 911, which is, you know, multiple data sets, boundaries, addresses, road center lines, and then some of the supporting data needed for Next Gen. And then also moving to the next one with just updating the MSDI cadastral administrative boundaries themes, which is one of our bigger programs or one of our bigger requests for funding is collecting new survey control to improve the digital representation of the PLSS. That is a major priority for us. We don't see that a lot of funds being spent outside of this grant program on these types of activities. Every once in a while, the feds will do a bigger program for this collection. So that is going to continue to stay a priority for us because that ties all our geospatial data back to the ground when it comes to land related layers. And then same with administrative boundaries, just continuing to update those. There, as you saw from that list earlier, there are many administrative statewide boundaries in the state of Montana. And then the other initiative that's growing and it's going to continue to be a big initiative for local governments is, in addition to or in partnership with the Next Gen 911 efforts, is the geo-enabling elections to assure that we have good boundaries and good addresses to support the needs of elections and public safety. So those are continuing to be extremely important for the state of Montana. And so we decided to separate these out into tiers. And this first tier is our major priorities to support the spatial data infrastructure. And then the second tier is to support building GIS capacity and workflows in tribal, state, and local governments. And so that would be planning. Some folks come to us for grants, not really knowing what they want to do. And it's with a grant application that maybe the project itself hasn't been clearly thought out. And we offer a planning grant to a small planning grant to work with a contractor to come up with a better plan for moving forward. And then the other one is just basically developing the necessary base GIS layers needed to support the grantees' workflows and business needs. And then finally, public safety, emergency management, disaster emergency services, and community resilience planning. We continue to see resiliency coming up, especially in the realm of climate. There's a big push with the new administration, and I think there's going to be a release of some funds there, but also just in our public safety here. So we support any kind of GIS grant that would align to this type of priority. So
Karen, does RTN expansion fit anywhere in these priorities?
that is a greater, yeah, I mean, I think so. I think it's a greater conversation for, I think, the RTN group. We have approved grants like that in the past. So there is a precedent that's been set, but I'm not sure the side of the RTN if they're going to collect enough funds to pay for the build out.
Okay.
I'll just pipe in there with regard to the survey control data collection effort. It's very helpful in that regard.
Thanks, Dan. Evan?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I don't think necessarily what the suggestion here was to grant funds for the library to expand RTN, although if that's what you meant, Mike, apologies, please do clarify. But I think making grants available to entities that might be interested in being partners in order to purchase equipment to help make that happen.
Yes, I agree, and I'm thinking about if it's not in the priorities as grants are reviewed, and you're scoring them against the priorities.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder, we've run into situations with the grant program where we've had more grant funds available than applications. So it feels like it would be a disservice to not include something that could be a priority, especially if we ran into that kind of situation. I might suggest in this instance that would be maybe a tier 2 priority, since we are already obligating a significant amount of MLI funds to stand up the network. And then, as we move into more of the self-sustaining model, I could see then definitely continuing with the grant program like we've done with schools in the past to stand up additional towers. That might be how I would suggest approaching that discussion.
Okay, that makes sense. So can I ask a question about RTN then, just to understand in my own mind? Is the intent to self-fund RTN from a supporting the network perspective, or is your plan to support the entire life cycle of every site that ultimately gets added to the network? Because right now, for example, we're maintaining the sites that we've invested in, and I think, anyway, I'm not positive, the intent is we would manage those as they need to be replaced. But is your vision that the library, through this self-funded or subscription service, funds the entire life cycle of every site and the network support?
I am, let me make sure I say this the way I want to say it. I think in a partner model, like with everybody contributing, as you described MDT's role, the goal is to support the entire network. As we've talked about, maybe in sort of the subscription-based model, partners like MDT who are supporting and maintaining a number of stations have a reduced or don't even pay a subscription fee. Other partners have a similar approach, and then there would be other subscribers that would solely subscribe. So in that kind of holistic model, it's fully supported. Does that make sense?
It does, because where I'm going with that is if local governments are looking for down the road as sites need to be upgraded or replaced to lean into the grant process for that, it might be something to make available.
Good point, Mike.
Yeah.
And that would have been where I would have been leading my, any commentary. We receive funding, grant funding for, to hire surveyors to go out and do reset section quarter corners, that type of thing, a number of years ago. And if a local government was looking at getting involved in this, this would be how I would write it up, as supporting that tier 1 application of better control for the cadastral. But then on the side, on the second side, tier 2 of participating in the RTN, if we were to do something along those lines.
Yeah, good point. Good point, Eric.
So the thought is, and just let me restate the thought, is that the subscription program would be used for further development, and the grant program would be to maintain the existing system. Is that a fair way to capture what we're talking about?
Not quite. I don't think, I think the subscription model is necessary for the ongoing operation of the network. And to the extent that there are partners who contribute stations and contribute to the maintenance of those stations, I think that would essentially cover their subscription costs, if you will. We still need to put some numbers on paper and make sure that pencils out. But I think to what Eric was saying, if there is a local government or a tribe, for example, who has stood up a station and needs funding to replace that station, the grant program could be a source of funds to help with that cost.
Gotcha.
Or if there was an area that we identified that didn't have a station, and there was a grant applicant interested in requesting grant funds to stand up a station, that would be something that could be considered.
I really like the thought that, wrapping the establishment of a new, I'm going to call it a core station, into a survey control collection grant. I think that would be too costly to feasibly get all that done in one grant. So, but certainly having the RTN cover the areas that need survey control collected would make the collection and preservation of survey control a much more efficient process. If that makes sense.
You're right. Brandy?
Thanks, Jenny. One thing that just popped in my head as we were talking about this, and I'm not against this at all, but when we were reading the grants, we were told that, with whatever the grant was, that they weren't really supposed to be asking for equipment. So I think we would need to clarify that if we're allowing it for different cases. But, like the actual computer equipment, the GPS units, different things, we're like, we'll support what you're doing more for the personnel time or for the consultant time or whatever it may be. But generally, the equipment hasn't been covered.
Yeah, so it's a land information grant. And so we tried in years past, when there was a big ask for hardware, we reduced it in all grants where possible. But we have given out grants that were for standing up these stations. In certain cases, when someone asked for a scanner, we suggested that they hire someone to scan instead of purchasing a $5,000 scanner. They could go out for services for $500. If they're asking for, 5 GPS units, we might reduce it to 2 or 3 based on what they're trying to accomplish. And so at the time, it really depended on each grant year. It was basically to be able to award the most grants, the relevant and worthy projects. But I don't think it's totally out of the question to limit or to restrict hardware. Because like I said, we have a precedent, but it also supports collection of information.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, part of that was because that equipment could be used for so many other things outside of MLIAC, and that was starting to dilute the value of those investments. Whereas I think a core site is directly attributable 100% to related things, but that's just
Yeah.
observation.
And when the grant program was under ITSD, I think that was another big one. They said no to hardware a lot, because unless it was directly impacting, like they didn't have a computer, which a lot of grantees don't have the right computers, the right computer for them, for the job, and have to purchase new ones. And so they, it was a lot of plotter purchases, and plotters could be like 20 grand. And so we tried to reduce the request for hardware versus, and prioritize information that was being collected and contributing to the statewide spatial data layers.
Evan?
Yeah, I think Jenny, I think you explained it pretty well, and just want to reiterate, that I don't want anyone to think that the idea or the request here is that it be viewed as the funding source for this kind of expansion, but more that it's a funding opportunity that might help with expansion and also grow partnerships with local governments. So I just, now I've lost my train of thought. I guess I'm not overly concerned, as Aaron mentioned, in the past, we have done grants for base stations. So I'm not overly concerned that we can make a case for funding them, but I think things will be a little different now in terms of, in the past, we weren't building a network, and there are stations in many areas now. So making sure that if it's considered now that CASI as the operator is looped in, because we certainly don't want any MLA dollars being spent on stations in places they're not needed. And then I would also hope and expect it to be a partnership model where MLA dollars would be paying for some portion. There might be some extreme situations where you consider paying for a full core station, but I could see a case where, maybe a local government's providing property, a land, a location for the station, and maybe some of the construction costs, and then they're looking for some money to help offset the actual station itself and some of the other associated licensing fees.
Thank you guys for clarifying that. If I could add, let's see. I think I don't have a problem with it being added, but I think however it's worded, if we're adding something like that, I think there needs to be something to address narrowing the disconnect between surveying and GIS that still exists, just to make so that we're tying it all together. Does that make sense?
Could you provide a little more information, Brandy?
Sure. Well, such like with the PLSS corners, we don't have a system in place, or there's somewhat of a system in place, but not an easy system for surveyors to digitally submit corners, maybe without even having to pay fees or something or whatever it is. And then when we get survey data as GIS analysts, we may not be able to do it justice depending on what projection it's in or different information, if the GIS analysts don't understand it and know what to do with it. So I think there needs to be some cross education and just figuring out how everyone's going to use the data if you're not with the surveying company or with the agency that uses surveying. How are we getting the benefit from that? Because I have no idea how we're going to do all the LDPs, the low distortion projections and different projections. we're glad it's being pushed off at DOR because we have no idea how we're going to incorporate all that. So it's great that we get better survey data, but we don't have a way to incorporate that right now into a 2D GIS solution.
That's helpful feedback, Brandy. I think we'll need to kind of take some time to digest and think about and maybe come back to you with additional follow-up questions to make sure that we're getting at your specific concerns.
Mhm.
So I'm hearing that there's at least preliminary comfort in the idea of adding RTN as a tier 2 goal priority for the FY24 land plan. Can I get a thumbs up from council members? Okay. So was there any other discussion or feedback about the goal priorities? Keep going, Genevieve. Yeah. Yep. Right here. Yep. Right here. Yep. And Aaron's going to need to leave us, so I'm going to try to wrap this up fairly quickly. Most of the rest of the land plan is made up of the MSDI priorities, and we work with the MSDI theme leads, many of whom are on our staff, to identify what they believe are the priorities for MSDI data development in the coming fiscal year. So that's something that our staff will be working on from here. Our goal then would be to incorporate any of their suggestions, the changes we just talked about for the grant priorities, to then publish a draft version of an FY24 plan by right around the first part of October, to announce the priorities and to collect public comment. And then if there's a need to review any of those comments that come in by the council, we'll have a special meeting in order to do that. We may have one anyway, just so you all have a chance to get feedback from the theme leads about what they view the MSDI priorities to be. And then we'll bring a version of the plan for action to your November meeting. Is there any further discussion or feedback? I think the things that I've heard for inclusion in the initial draft are better coordinating language between the strategic plan and the land plan priorities, inclusion of a tier 2 grant priority that would support RTN development, and then the needs for updated MSDI theme priorities. All right. Is there any further comments, suggestions, or business from the council? We've already formally adjourned, so thank you for staying a little extra to talk about the FY24 land plan. Those of you online, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.